Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to Sport Diver. Today we're going to explore northern Vancouver Island for some fascinating Pacific Northwest diving.
We'll also show you some remarkable encounters with the Pacific white-sided dolphin, the strange-looking wolf eel, and the giant Pacific octopus. Later in the show, we'll feature many of the Pacific Northwest's most interesting marine species.
We have a wonderful program today, so stay with us.
Vancouver Island is located on the Pacific coast of the Canadian province of British Columbia. Port Hardy is situated on the northernmost tip of the island. In the chilly waters off the coasts of British Columbia, Washington State, Oregon, and Alaska thrives an underwater ecosystem that is unparalleled in its diversity. These scenic areas attract thousands of visitors each year, but few have ever had the opportunity to explore this fascinating wilderness below the sea. Many divers frequent the warm, clear waters of the Caribbean or South Pacific. They don't know what they're missing because the Pacific Northwest is every bit as exciting and interesting as any warm water destination. Towering forests of kelp rising from the ocean bottom. Remarkable invertebrates like the giant Pacific octopus. Countless fish species that are as bizarre as they are numerous. And warm-blooded creatures like dolphins and whales make the Emerald Sea a diver's dream come true. The cold seas of the region are so thick with microscopic organisms that the waters are emerald green. This abundance of tiny life is the basis of the entire food chain, supporting vast numbers of animals and marine species. The Emerald Sea is one of the most productive marine environments anywhere in the world. We had several remarkable encounters with some of the Emerald Sea's inhabitants, including the Pacific white-sided dolphin. Hundreds of the sleek mammals swim together in large groups. They are particularly abundant in the fall before they migrate to warmer waters in the winter. One of the strangest looking creatures we encountered was the wolf eel. These fish are not actually eels, but rather an elongated wolf fish. They can reach lengths of over 6 feet. The largest octopus in the world resides in the waters of British Columbia. The giant Pacific octopus can grow to over 150 pounds. Evidence suggests that they have well-developed brains, and their eyesight rivals that of man. We'll show you more of these remarkable encounters later in the program. But first, here's a look at our dive destination this week, northern Vancouver Island and Port Hardy. Port Hardy is the northernmost city on Vancouver Island. It lies approximately 250 miles northwest of the city of Vancouver. This resource-rich area is very sparsely populated. Only a few thousand residents live in the remote region, carving a living from fishing, timber, and mining. The salmon fishery is one of the largest industries, and dozens of trawlers line the tiny harbors of the city. The coastal waters and beautiful landscape now attract another booming industry, tourism. Canada's Pacific Northwest is considered to hold some of the country's finest natural scenery. Along Oregon and most of Washington State, the coast is relatively even. But from Puget Sound, along British Columbia, and north to Alaska, land and sea intertwine. Thousands of islands, deep fjords, and rugged coastline mix together to form a scenic paradise unlike anywhere else on Earth. The weather in the region can be treacherous, especially in winter, but we traveled here in early fall. Warm sunshine stayed with us all week, and we were spared from the frequent rains of the northern coast. The Pacific Northwest is truly a magical place to visit, and diving was only one of many great attractions. On the Pacific coast, strong tides create very fast currents. Drift diving is popular, but most divers take advantage of the calm or slack period between high and low tides. Current-swept passages are relatively calm when high tide ends. Before receding into low tide, the water remains still for a short period of time and vice versa from low to high tide. In order to take advantage of these slack times, divers can consult tide tables. These tables accurately predict the exact minute that a slack occurs, and most dives are planned accordingly. Strong currents and tides are one of the primary reasons for the Emerald Sea's rich marine ecosystem. Tiny planktonic animals are swept through the passages, feeding invertebrates that cling to rocky walls and sea bottoms. They in turn feed and support larger animals like crabs and fish. This remarkable food chain extends from tiny plankton to 50-foot humpback whales. Over 400 species of fish can be found in the water surrounding Vancouver Island. We can't even begin to count the number of invertebrates that live in these emerald waters. We explored several areas surrounding the northern tip of Vancouver Island, including renowned sites like Hunt Rock, Browning Wall, Deserters Pass, and Berry Islet. With hundreds of islands and sheltered bays, we were able to take advantage of a wide range of diving opportunities. If you're not afraid of a little cold water, this type of diving may be just what you've been looking for. When we return, we'll show you a remarkable encounter with a large group of Pacific white-sided dolphins. We'll also pay a visit to the den of a tame wolf eel. And we'll travel along with a giant Pacific octopus as he hunts for shellfish. So stay with us.
Lady Godiva, Gypsy 2.
Gypsy 2, this is Lady Godiva. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Bill. If you're interested, we've got a whole bunch of Pacific white-sided dolphins over near Davy Rock here. There's probably 50 of them or so. Might like to bring your divers over this way.
One of the most exciting encounters we've ever had occurred near Hearst Island, 12 miles northeast of Port Hardy. In the past, we've been able to dive with tame dolphins, but we've never had the good fortune to dive with their wild counterparts. A radio message from another boat alerted us to the location of a large group of Pacific white-sided dolphins. Rounding the corner of Hearst Island, we spotted almost 100 of the animals. Before long, a few of the dolphins were surfing in the bow wake of our dive vessel. When the boat stopped, so did the dolphins. Quickly, divers and snorkelers geared up to enter the water with the sleek animals. Intensely curious, the dolphins immediately surrounded the divers. Snorkelers stayed on the surface while a few divers submerged into the murky water. The activity of all the people quickly excites the dolphins, and they cautiously begin to play. Over the last few years, divers have been swimming with the mammals, and they appear to enjoy the company. Pacific white-sided dolphins have a reputation for being acrobatic and sociable. They commonly move in herds of over 100 animals, occasionally up to 2,500. They are even known to swim with other marine mammals like sea lions. Although abundant in the Emerald Sea, the dolphins migrate annually, often wintering in warmer climates. In the fall, they congregate in large numbers off the northern tip of Vancouver Island before heading south. Diving with these graceful creatures was an experience of a lifetime. It almost appears that the dolphins are as fascinated with us as we are with them. Looking into their smiling, intelligent eyes, it seems that they are trying to teach the divers to swim like them. Moving in unison, they arc and spin in a beautifully orchestrated dance. This is what diving is all about.
The Pacific white-sided dolphins are fairly large dolphins. They're about 400 to 500 pounds when they're fully grown. They swim in very large groups. Up to 1,000 have been recorded in the past. They're very gregarious, and they're quite sociable animals, so they stick together, and it's really a thrill to get in the middle of a bunch of them underwater. We really don't know why the Pacific white-sided dolphins like to interact with divers, but they apparently do. And this is a relatively recent thing. I mean, a few years ago, we would see dolphins on the surface and made no effort to get in the water with them. But now we know if we approach them properly and quickly get into our gear and slip into the water, they'll hang around. And it's pretty exciting to see them.
A completely different but equally exciting encounter occurred at a dive site called Hunt Rock. Here, a group of large wolf eels live in sheltered dens. There are a lot of strange-looking creatures in the Emerald Sea, and these wolf eels are definitely one of the most bizarre. Not an eel at all, but a long wolffish. These wolf eels can grow to over 6 feet in length, with a maximum recorded length of 8 feet. Easily tamed with offerings of food, the scary-looking fish provide divers with a wonderful marine encounter. They are one of the few fish that prey on sea urchins. Powerful jaws and massive grinding teeth enable wolf eels to make mincemeat of spines that are sharp enough to puncture a thick wetsuit. The spines of the urchin are ground into tiny pieces and spit out or excreted. Their mouths have very little soft tissue. The wolf eel has a very large range, found in waters as far south as California and as far north as the Aleutian Islands of Alaska. No raving beauty by human standards, these unlikely-looking fish are a wonderful addition to the inhabitants of the Emerald Sea. While doing a night dive, we discovered a giant Pacific octopus roaming about the bottom looking for food. At first, the octopus was a little shy, but before long, it returned to its task of looking for a meal. Crawling along a sandy bottom at the base of a rock face, the octopus searched for shellfish with the help of our video lights. In the open on the sandy bottom, it again searched for food. Finding a small clam or mussel, the octopus briefly stopped and tucked the shellfish away to eat later. Gliding in front of the cameraman, the octopus demonstrates its unique method of walking. The 8 arms work together, alternating with each other to pull the octopus along the bottom. These remarkable invertebrates have been reported to reach lengths of over 25 feet across. They are the largest of their species in the world, sometimes weighing over 150 pounds. The octopus is one of the most intelligent creatures in the sea. Of all the invertebrates, the octopus has the most developed brain and is capable of learning and remembering. One of the simplest of the invertebrates is the anemone. These brainless beauties are among the most primitive of the multicellular animals. Thriving in areas of swift current, they poison small animals by extending microscopic harpoons from flowery tentacles. Frilled anemones up to 2 feet in length line the rocky walls and bottoms of the seabed. Even though they are deadly, the anemone is a beautiful creature with some of the most striking colors in the Emerald Sea. Not quite as colorful, another invertebrate, the jellyfish, roams about the sea, contracting and relaxing their wispy bells for propulsion. Hanging from the rim of the bell, tentacles trap plankton, which the arms rub off and transfer to the mouth. The largest jellyfish in the Emerald Sea is the sea blubber. This startling creature has tentacles that can reach over 10 feet in length. Their bell can measure as much as 2 feet across. Crabs of all shapes and sizes thrive in the cold waters of the Pacific Northwest. The largest of these is the Puget Sound king crab. Another spineless invertebrate, the crab has a flexible crust or shell with a broad, flat body enclosed in an outer skeleton that is either smooth, hairy, or spiny in texture. They are only one of the many fascinating creatures of the Emerald Sea. One of the most common groups of fish in these cool waters are the rockfishes. A member of the scorpionfish family, rockfish also have venom in their strong spines. Although not as toxic as their southern counterparts, the sting can cause burning pain, swelling, and even a fever. The family includes several colorful specimens like the China rockfish. Other commonly cited species include the copper, quillback, yellowtail, and blue rockfish. Sculpins are another common resident of these waters, and there are over 350 described species, including the Irish lord, the sea raven, and the cabezon. With a large head and long body, the sculpin is not a desirable sport fish. However, for photographers, these remarkable fish make great photo subjects. One of the most colorful of the species is the red Irish lord. Kelp greenlings are an easily tamed fish related to the rockfish. They hover comfortably close to divers, occasionally looking for a handout of food. The males are brightly colored with striking blue patches. The females have yellow markings. Another common invertebrate in these waters is the nudibranch. They are easily the most beautiful of the mollusks. Their bright colors act as a warning to potential predators that nudibranch tissue is noxious and sometimes poisonous. Hooded nudibranchs are almost transparent and sometimes grouped together to catch food. They hurl their hoods like a net to capture tiny organisms in the water. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week.
People realize just how much sea life is here, everything from animals, invertebrates, fish life. It's comparable to any warm water destination. And few divers get to visit these sites, and as a result, the life is just pristine. If you really want to see some of the world's best diving, and you're not afraid of a little cold water and stuff, this is the place to come, without question.
Out here, the life is just phenomenal. It's just another world down there. The colors are so bright, vibrant. The life, you never know what to expect every time you go around a rock or whatever. You don't know what's going to be there. You might be an octopus or something as small as a sailfin sculpin, for instance. It's just always a real treat and a real surprise every dive.
As another week of great diving came to a close, we were treated to a wonderful sunset. Canada's Pacific Northwest and the Emerald Sea are fascinating dive destinations, and we highly recommend this beautiful region. Our land-based dive hosts this week were Harry Carr and Molly Milroy of God's Pocket Resort. Situated in a sheltered bay on Hearst Island, 12 miles from Port Hardy, God's Pocket is perfectly positioned to take advantage of many great dive sites. A small, intimate resort, God's Pocket offers lovely accommodations, fine home-cooked meals, and warm island hospitality. Rooms are very comfortable, And there's even a cozy clubhouse with a television and VCR. A state-of-the-art 43-foot dive boat shuttles divers to and from the sites. A heated cabin and large deck are outfitted for diver comfort and safety. Our live-aboard vessel this week was the Lady Godiver, a beautifully restored 110-foot former Navy chase boat. The Lady Godiver is now a dedicated live-aboard dive vessel that travels to some of British Columbia's best dive sites.
Deep diving #1!
One of the greatest gifts you can give children is to introduce them to the world of snorkeling and diving. At the Underwater Canada show this year, we spoke to Jean Hemsworth of Patty about a new program for underprivileged kids.
The program that we're running today is the Underprivileged Children Snorkel Program, focusing on challenged children throughout the world and in particular in Canada. Children have a very natural inquisitiveness regarding the marine environment. They want to get involved and enjoy, but scuba is unable to be used by them in most cases because of their age, and yet snorkeling provides them with the opportunity to enjoy and experience the marine environment, and then later introduces them to scuba. Children throughout the world today are being challenged in various areas, and this program is focusing on providing them with a unique experience of snorkeling that provides them with fun and a chance to maybe see something and experience something that they might otherwise never experience and enjoy.
That just about wraps up our show for today. Be sure and think about the Pacific Northwest and British Columbia, Canada, when booking your next travel destination. Remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport, so don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next time, and until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to Sport Diver. Today we're going to visit Sydney, British Columbia, Canada, for a unique look at the sinking of the HMCS Mackenzie. We'll follow the preparation and dismantling of this massive ship as it is readied for its new home on the ocean floor. We'll also show you the remarkable sinking as it actually happened. Later in the program, we'll travel to the Broken Islands group of Barkley Sound to dive on the wrecks of the Van Leeuwen and the Thiepval. We'll also visit a salmon farm in the Alberni Inlet. And finally, we'll profile the mysterious six-gill shark. We have a fascinating program today, so stay with us. Our dive destinations this week are located near the southern Vancouver Island city of Sydney and the Broken Islands group of Barkley Sound on the western coast. In September of 1995, an incredible event was staged near Rum Island off of Sydney, British Columbia, the sinking of the HMCS Mackenzie. This massive destroyer was sunk on purpose to become one of the world's largest artificial reef projects. Today, we're going to take you on a tour of this magnificent ship before, during, and after the sinking.
The HMCS Mackenzie was built in Montreal in 1961 and commissioned as a permanent member of the Canadian Navy a year later. She began her career as an anti-submarine destroyer escort and later went on to be used for officer training. The fact that there was never a shot fired in anger from her guns is a testament to over 3 decades of successful Canadian peacekeeping. Ships of this size and age are normally sold to private buyers for scrap metal or to other countries as used vessels. With her productive years long behind her, the Mackenzie had a more interesting fate in store when she was decommissioned in 1993. Rather than being cut up, as they say to make razor blades, the government was persuaded to sell the ship to the Artificial Reef Society of British Columbia. As an artificial reef, the ship would attract marine life where there was none before. The structure of the boat would provide a surface that aquatic life can attach itself to. This becomes a food source for smaller fish and invertebrates, who in turn attract larger species. Thus, a new and complete ecosystem is created. A location was chosen for the Mackenzie to provide an acceptable habitat for many different species, and also to carefully avoid damage to existing habitat. 2 years of preparation and countless meetings come down to the final few weeks. The main participants in the sinking are Jean Hemsworth of Paddy Canada and Project Aware, Tex Enemark and Jay Straith of the Artificial Reef Society of British Columbia, and members of the local, provincial, and federal governments. A week before the sinking, the ship was towed from New Westminster on the mainland to Vancouver Island and the Institute of Ocean Sciences near Sydney. Salvaging and cutting of access holes continued right up until the actual sinking. With several entry and exit points cut into the hull, over 80% of the ship is diver accessible. Most of the interior was made easily available to the experienced diver. Entry points are marked with warning signs to prevent novice or inexperienced divers from entering the vessel.
As you can see, large areas of the wall have been opened up for diver access. You can get 2 or 3 divers through here with no problem. You probably don't even need your lights here because of all the ambient light penetrating from the surface. So it's a great area just to flow into the communications room from the access of the wardroom.
In the week before the sinking, tours of the Mackenzie were available to the general public. Hundreds of people lined up to catch a last glimpse of this impressive ship.
This was where the officers would eat. It's where they relax. There'd be sofas up there. There'd be a TV over there. They put up a big screen for the movies each night.
So this is the wardroom, is that
Yep.
what you're saying?
There'd be a pantry, the bar, and my favorite spot, the fridge.
Told you before, the ops center was where everything was controlled from. The officer, the watch, would be up here, along with a navigator. They had a signalman sitting over there, and the bosun's mate would sit sitting over here. This hole was not there at one time, again, to facilitate the divers.
She was commissioned in 1962, and at that time there were about a dozen of us on our Trade Group 2's courses out here in Naden. And after the course was done, they flew us all to Sorel, Quebec. We took over as commissioning crew, commissioned her, sailed her to Halifax, where we stayed for approximately until May of '63, and came back then. I was a radar plotter. I was a seaman basically, but my sub-branch was radar plotter. We worked in the ops room right below us.
On the flag deck, we'd have our cocktail party up in here, and our rations and stuff would come up from the galley from below. Flag deck would have the awnings spread out.
The day before the sinking, the ship was towed in front of the host city for the event. With a well-established diving industry, Sydney was the perfect choice as a location for the shipwreck. Curious onlookers gathered along the shoreline to view the ship as it passed in front of Mount Baker, a short distance away in Washington State. Navy minesweepers were on hand to witness the event and to transport the many dignitaries and officials to the site. Hundreds of boats, perhaps even close to 1,000, gathered to witness the event. Very early on the day of the sinking, a few scattered boats showed up early for a good vantage point. Onboard cameras were mounted to document the sinking from a unique vantage point. Right up until the actual sinking, work crews frantically readied the ship for its new home.
We're working on just the markers which will locate the stern, midship, and the bow, and essentially they'll become diver down type buoys.
Well, this is something we've been working on for more than 2 years, and it all gets down to the last 2 hours, the last half hour, the last 10 minutes. And when this is all over, I'm going to be so happy and so relieved.
As the time of the sinking grew closer, it was evident that the number of boats witnessing the event would far exceed even the most optimistic predictions. There were even a few hardy windsurfers weaving in and out of the tightly packed boats. When we return, we'll show you the remarkable sinking of the Mackenzie from several different angles, including cameras mounted directly on and inside the vessel. We'll also see how the ship looked underwater the next day, so stay with us.
This is the charged one that we hope will cut a hole out of the Mackenzie. There's high pressure explosives on the other side. We'll bring the charge, the explosive wave from the back of the boat along deck cord lines here into the top and bottom here. The explosives on the other side of this wood frame will cut a hole out just exactly the same as this, and this compartment, which is the aft mag, will flood very quickly.
Police experts carefully cut the explosives into small strips. It's hard to believe this harmless-looking material can do so much damage.
These two lines here are detonating cord. These lines will carry the shock from the actual detonator at the aft of the boat. So when the firing button is fired, the detonator will go bang. These have high-speed explosives. The shock wave will carry forward along these lines to the charges that are actually in the belly of.
I want to say, as the last thing to Mackenzie, for now and the future, well done, Mackenzie. Mr. Roberts?
Mackenzie.
With all the people loaded safely off the decks of the Mackenzie, the ship was ready for her date with history. With hundreds of boats in attendance on a beautiful Saturday afternoon, this was an incredible event. Here's a look at how the ship went down.
Everything went basically according to plan. When the explosions went off, we got the water flooding into the ship very low down. That allowed the ship to drive forward in the water and settle basically on her keel. The way she went, as you can see, was quite spectacular, but basically we go down now and we can see that the ship is lying on both of her bilge keels. The propeller shafts are buried in the sand, and basically you have a ship standing upright.
The next day, a few lucky divers and volunteers were allowed to visit the new artificial reef. With only a slight list to one side, the ship made an almost perfect landing. Many of the artifacts were purposely left on board the ship for diver interest. The command bridge is easily accessible and at a shallow depth. Stairwells, companionways, and interior rooms are clearly accessible from several different entry points. The radar tower lies only 30 feet below the surface, with the decks and interior of the ship safely within comfortable diving limits. In a matter of minutes, marine life begins to inhabit the wreck. A large jellyfish is one of the first creatures to make an appearance. With light currents, lots of places to hang on, and several interesting penetrations, the ship will become one of the world's great wreck sites. For the HMCS Mackenzie, it is also a second lease on life.
Well, with these artificial reefs, it's a win-win-win situation. For diver training, we win. It's a wonderful training wreck. For our money, from the point of view of tourism, we win. It accrues $1 million plus per year. The biggest win of all, though, is from the environment, the animal life, the fish, have a new reef, and more importantly, the public becomes aware of the heritage that we have for both our children and their children's children and the future of the oceans.
When a ship goes down, everybody benefits. The ship benefits because it takes on a new life. But I think the real benefactor when the waters close in over a ship, the real benefactor is the future.
After the sinking of the Mackenzie, we traveled north to the town of Port Alberni. Here we boarded the motor vessel Lady Rose, a beautifully maintained 1930s vintage cargo and passenger boat. The ship regularly plies the Alberni Inlet, dropping off supplies to the inhabitants along the waterway. The vessel makes frequent stops to remote communities, delivering mail and other goods.
Yes, traffic, Lady Rose, good morning. We're just underway from Port Alberni and bound for Kildone and waypoints in Banfield, and we're estimating 10 mile at 0910.
With the exception of some tiny fishing lodges and the ruins of former salmon canneries, this is very remote country. Wildlife encounters are frequent, and this black bear was indifferent to the presence of a large boat and its passengers. The Alberni Inlet is the gateway to Barkley Sound and the Broken Islands Group. This region is known as the graveyard of the Pacific, and for good reason. Hundreds of shipwrecks litter the ocean bottom as a result of violent seasonal storms. Canadian Coast Guard rescue crews based in Banfield are no strangers to distress calls along this rugged coast. Luckily, we were spared from any bad weather, and we enjoyed conditions more reminiscent of the Caribbean than the North Pacific. We even found a rare white sandy beach. We traveled to Barkley Sound to visit the wrecks of two ships, the Van Leen and the Thiepval. In order to understand how the Mackenzie would transform into an artificial reef, we took a look at the two vessels that have been under the water for decades. The Thiepval was one of 4 steel sister ships that patrolled the BC coast as government fisheries and protection vessels. She was lost after striking an uncharted pinnacle rock at high tide in the Broken Islands. Under the water since 1930, the Thiepval is an excellent example of how marine life attaches itself to a metal hull. Thick growth covers the scattered remains of the ship, and schools of fish hover in the tangled wreckage. In 1972, the 8,500-ton freighter Van Leen was driven hard ashore and stranded near Austin Island. While transporting a load of Dodge Colts from Japan to Vancouver, the ship lost her way and piled up on the outermost islands of Barkley Sound. All of the crew were saved, and half of the cars were recovered, but the ship itself was too badly damaged to be salvaged. Like shipwrecks in warmer waters, wrecks in the cold, emerald waters of the North Pacific also attract marine life. Providing shelter, protection, and food, artificial reefs act as a surrogate reef structure. In time, the wreck of the Mackenzie will be covered in a thick coating of anemones and other reef creatures. Future generations will have plenty of interesting dives on this magnificent wreck. Wrecks aren't the only thing that Barkley Sound is famous for. Here we discovered several large specimens of the mysterious six-gill shark. These lumbering giants make their way from unimaginable depths to shallow waters only a few months of the year. A very large shark, the six-gill, has been reported in lengths over 15 feet in these waters. Oddly shaped, the six-gill lacks the characteristic dorsal fin of its more famous cousins. A long, thresher-like tail is another distinguishing trait. These sharks are found worldwide, but are rarely encountered by divers. Only in the North Pacific are they sighted on a regular basis.
The shark dive was just absolutely incredible. First of all, we saw one, about a 6-footer, and that just was right in front of us, about 60 feet. And then a little farther along, after we'd left the first shark, all of a sudden there was 3 other ones, and they were just huge. One, I figure, was about 12 feet. Both of them were probably females, and they were just an incredible sight to see.
In the Alberni Inlet near Barkley Sound, there are several salmon hatcheries. A prized commercial fish, the salmon has suffered the fate of many desirable species. Overfishing has severely damaged the population along the coast. In order to satisfy a strong demand for the fish, hatcheries have sprung up to fill the need. A unique aspect of the hatcheries is that the species are usually Atlantic salmon and not their Pacific relatives. Growing much faster than Pacific salmon, the Atlantic varieties can reach weights of over 7 pounds in a single year. At first, the fish are raised in fresh water that is pumped into the segregated holding tanks. As they grow into larger fish, the salmon are then introduced to the salt water of the inlet. Carefully monitored and weighed, the salmon are a valuable commodity. Insatiable restaurant and market demand fuels this growing industry. With indigenous stocks rapidly declining, Pacific varieties are also being raised in fish farms. Exploring wrecks can be fascinating, but it can also be very dangerous. Penetration should only be attempted by experienced divers. Consider taking a wreck diving specialty course, and never enter a ship at night without a guideline. Overhead daylight may be the only way to see an exit that otherwise may be hard to find. Even with warning signs posted at entrances, many novice divers need to be reminded that entering a shipwreck can be very rewarding, but should also be approached with extreme caution. Our hosts this week in Barkley Sound were Dave and Renata Christie of the Rendezvous Lodge. Operating year-round, the Rendezvous is one of the only diver-dedicated resort facilities on the West Coast. Located conveniently in Rainy Bay, the lodge is perfectly situated near many great dive sites. The Rendezvous comfortably accommodates 10 guests. A well-equipped 36-foot dive vessel shuttles guests to and from the sites. Renata's renowned culinary skills keeps visitors coming back for more than just the diving. And don't forget the hot tub. After a chilly West Coast dive, it's a lifesaver.
That just about wraps up our show for today. For a unique glimpse of our maritime heritage, consider wreck diving when planning your next dive trip. And remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport. So don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next time. And until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to Sport Diver. Today, we're going to visit the magnificent U.S. Virgin Islands.
We'll travel to the three main islands of St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. We'll visit renowned underwater sites like the wreck of the Major General Rogers. We'll also look at a unique introduction to diving called snuba. Later in the show, we'll take you on a topside tour of these historic islands.
We have a great show today, so stay with us.
The U.S. Virgin Islands are situated approximately 1,000 miles southeast of Miami, between Puerto Rico and the Leeward Islands. The main islands in the group are St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. In 1493, Christopher Columbus marveled at the pristine beauty of a group of islands on his second voyage of discovery to the New World. He named them the 11,000 Virgins, in honor of the legend of St. Ursula. These lovely islands are commonly known today as the Virgin Islands. In 1672, the Dutch West India Company established a permanent settlement in the islands. Under their control, the islands became one of the major sugar producers in the region. Today, they are divided into two main groups, the Eastern Group, controlled by the British monarchy, and the larger Western Group, purchased from Denmark by the U.S. in 1917 at a cost of a mere $25 million in gold. The islands are now a thriving tourist destination, and they rank as one of the Caribbean's most popular regions. Unlike many Caribbean islands, which are flat and arid, the U.S. VIs are lush and colorful. Each is dramatically sculptured with steep, mountainous terrain. All the islands have endless powder white beaches and beautiful tropical rainforests. The stunning topside terrain is equally matched by the landscapes under the water. The Virgin Islands are renowned throughout the world as one of the Caribbean's top diving destinations. Warm, clear waters year-round make the Virgin Islands an ideal diving region. Even in winter, the water temperatures remain in the high 70s. With so many islands in such close proximity, the surrounding seas remain relatively calm. Even in rough weather, there is always a dive site in the lee of the islands. The main reasons divers come here are the wonderful coral reefs and shipwrecks. Well-maintained marine parks and a far-sighted view towards conservation make these islands an ideal dive destination. The fish life here is particularly abundant and diverse. Many of the Caribbean's typical species thrive in the waters surrounding the islands. Unlike other islands in the region, the coral reefs here are very healthy and colorful. All of our dives revealed a wonderful assortment of hard and soft corals. In addition to great marine life, the Virgin Islands offer a wealth of sunken shipwrecks for the adventurous diver. Some were sunk intentionally as artificial reefs, and others as a result of storms or accident. Whatever your diving tastes, these islands really offer the best of all worlds for visitors. But before we show you more of these fascinating sights, here's a look at our first destination this week, St. Thomas. When it comes to attracting tourists to the U.S. Virgin Islands, St. Thomas wins hands down, with over 1 million visitors each year. Although it is much more commercialized than St. Croix or St. John, St. Thomas has managed to maintain much of its old Danish charm. Nestled on the waterfront and surrounded by steep hills, Charlotte-Amalie is one of the most picturesque towns in the Caribbean. It also has one of the finest deep-water harbors in the region, a popular port for cruise ships. In fact, we have never seen so many cruise ships in one place. Dozens of luxury liners visit the island each week. On any given day, there may be as many as 4 or 5 ships parked at the town pier. The ships unload their cargo of passengers to shop and explore the island. The close proximity of several different islands in the region makes the USVIs one of the top cruising stopovers in the Caribbean. Dozens of islands lie within a few short hours or an overnight journey. Ideal wind conditions also attract smaller vessels, and the Virgin Islands are popular sailing destinations. Boats of all makes and description can be seen moored in the many sheltered bays. All of the islands have a rich history and heritage. Relics of old sugar mills and plantations are scattered throughout the islands. Sugar cane was grown and processed for use as a sweetener and as a base element for rum. Ancient presses are testament to the trade in sugar. They were powered either by windmills or by oxen or horses. Several interesting areas have been preserved as heritage sites. The major cities on both St. Thomas and St. Croix are museums of Danish and European architecture. The solid stone buildings have remained relatively intact after several severe hurricanes and storms. Structures dating back to the time of pirates and the slave trade still stand today. The buildings are painted with colorful pastels and are meticulously maintained. The flags of Spain, France, England, Holland, Denmark, and the United States have flown over these islands. Some of the city streets have changed little since the days of pirates and buccaneers. The U.S. Virgin Islands are also a treasure trove of modern attractions and activities. St. Thomas is known for its shopping and dining. World-class resorts with stunning beaches and accommodations dot the countryside. For a commanding view of St. Thomas, try a cable car ride up the mountains surrounding Charlotte-Amalie. There are many excellent vantage points around the island that are accessible by car. Mountaintop and Drake's Seat are two of the highest viewpoints on St. Thomas. The scenic panoramas of the Virgin Islands are some of the most beautiful in the world. When we return, we'll dive on the wreck of the Major General Rogers and some of the reefs surrounding St. Thomas. We'll also visit St. John and try a new sport called snooba. So stay with us. Our first dive site this week is the wreck of the Major General Rogers. We boarded our host vessel from Dive In, located at the Sapphire Beach Hotel Marina. The General Rogers is one of the most delightful wreck dives we have ever experienced. Intentionally sunk as an artificial reef in 1972, the ship has been underwater for over 20 years. As a result, the ship is heavily encrusted with a thick coating of corals and sponges. The ship's name is just barely visible below a thick covering of colorful growth. The ship was a 120-foot steel-hulled Coast Guard vessel. It now lies in 42 to 65 feet of clear, fish-filled water in the windward passage of the island. Several species of fish have long since moved onto the structure, and the schools are very thick. The most common are the small grunts that hover around the decks. They are related to snappers, but are generally smaller. They also lack the sharp canine teeth of snappers. This is an ideal dive site for photography, whether you want to concentrate on macro, fish portraits, or wide-angle shots. Ships like this are every bit as fascinating as a coral reef, and sometimes even more interesting because the marine life is more concentrated. All the members of a complete food chain can be found around the ship's structure. The wrecks act like a sort of fish hotel, providing shelter and protection from predators. A short distance away, we explored a couple of small coral reefs. Fishing is not allowed near the dive sites, and as a result, the marine life is abundant and flourishing. One of the first things we noticed about the Virgin Islands is the large sponges. Large elephant ear, tube, and barrel sponges were common sights on our dives. Sponges are the simplest of the multicellular marine animals. Water is drawn into the sponge and pumped through the interior. As it passes through, food and oxygen are filtered out. Gorgonians, hard and soft corals, and sea fans frame a picturesque portrait along the island's many reefs. Hundreds of charted dive sites surround the islands, and they are well protected with moorings and marine parks. On a dive site on St. Thomas, we discovered a large school of tarpon. These magnificent fish can reach a length of over 8 feet. They are prized as sport fish and put up a hell of a fight when hooked. They school during the day and normally feed at night. We discovered them feeding on a cloud of silversides in the choppy surf just offshore. Unlike other species, tarpon are not afraid of divers. Because they are so large and fast, they may not see man as a threat. To the tiny silversides, however, the tarpon definitely poses a threat. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week. Our second destination this week is the tiny island of St. John. We boarded a ferry in St. Thomas for a short journey to the island. St. John is only 19 square miles in area, but is, in many ways, the most captivating of the islands. Lawrence Rockefeller discovered and fell in love with St. John in the 1950s and purchased almost half the island. He donated over 5,000 acres to the government, and today over 2/3 of St. John is preserved as a national park. Exquisite white sand beaches and miles of hiking trails distinguish the island from its busier neighbors. On St. John, we tried a new type of activity called snuba. Like scuba diving, tanks and regulators are used to breathe underwater. The difference is that the tank is floated on the surface in a small kayak. Air hoses, 20 to 25 feet in length, are the only attachment, and divers are free from bulky tanks and equipment. The best part is that there is no certification involved. A brief training session on the beach is all that's required to visit the beautiful coral reefs of St. John.
Let's go ahead and do a buoyancy check right now. I want you all to go all the way down by exhaling down to your stomach. Then breathe in and let your body float back to the surface. Okay? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Before long, we were swimming along the bottom, inspecting the shallow reefs of Trunk Bay. Like a resort course, snuba is a great way to try the sport without making the commitment to a longer training course. If you really enjoy the experience, it's a good indicator to tell if you would enjoy scuba diving. Many people who try snuba later join the ranks as a certified scuba diver. When wreck diving, we recommend a specialty course if you're considering penetrations. Entering a sunken vessel can be dangerous for novice divers. Exposed wires or pipes, enclosed spaces, and disorientation can cause problems for the inexperienced. Diving around a wreck from the outside is the best way to explore a sunken ship. If you do decide to enter a wreck, make sure the exit is clearly visible and that there is enough light to see properly. Our final destination this week is the island of St. Croix. It is the largest of the Virgin Islands, 3 times the size of St. Thomas. It was the last of the group to fall under Danish control, and the remains of sugar mills and plantations are still scattered throughout the island. Rum was the main reason that sugar was so valuable, and the crop is the main ingredient of the liquor. Today, fine rums are still produced at the Clusian Rum Factory. St. Croix has the good fortune of having 2 remarkably well-preserved forts. In Christiansted, Fort Christian-Verne is a must-see for any visitor. It was built in 1774 on top of the ruins of a French fort built in 1645. The fort and surrounding historic buildings are maintained by the National Park Service. The structure is impressive with a commanding view of the surrounding bay. Cannons look as polished and ready for action as they were 200 years ago. In Frederiksted, a smaller yet equally as impressive fort guards the harbor. Fort Frederick was built in 1752 and is also maintained as a national museum. St. Croix is one of the most picturesque islands in the region and is more typical of the South Pacific than the Caribbean. Its rugged terrain ranges from impressive cliffs to arid lowlands to lush rainforests. St. Croix is a fascinating mix of history and natural beauty, and we highly recommend a tour of this beautiful island. Our final 2 dives this week are at the Frederiksted Pier and an exciting fish feeding at the Barge. The pier is an impressive structure stretching 450 yards from the town and in deep enough water to handle the largest of cruise ships. Only 30 feet in depth at its deepest, the pier is an excellent dive for novices. The large, sturdy pilings which have supported the pier for so many years are overgrown with exquisitely colored and varied corals and sponges. Many species of fish and invertebrates call the pier home and find shelter in the many nooks and crannies of the pilings. Almost destroyed by Hurricane Hugo in 1989, the pier is now completely rebuilt. On the bottom, we discovered a unique sea urchin that was a home for some small fish. They use the spines as protection from predators. Glassy sweepers congregate near the surface in large schools. They are a beautiful, tiny fish, only a few inches long. They have a deep belly and large black eyes. Our final dive this week was an exciting fish feeding with our host's Dive Experience of St. Croix. The barge, which was sunk intentionally to attract marine life, lies overturned along a slope in 60 to 90 feet of water. It's an ideal staging ground for local dive operators to feed the resident fish. Upon entering the water, we were greeted by a couple of green moray eels. These scary-looking fish are the largest of their species in the Caribbean, sometimes exceeding 6 feet in length. Traveling along the bottom, the eels show off their unique swimming technique. The occasional barracuda also stops by for a look, sometimes with an entourage of scavengers. The fish feeder is like a Pied Piper of sorts, and hundreds of ravenous fish swarm him for a handout. Even the eels come out of their dens for a tasty snack. The feeding is an ideal opportunity for photographers because you can approach fish very closely. Divers can also sit on top of the barge for a better view of the action. This was an exciting dive, and when you're in St. Croix, make a point to visit the barge for an exciting fish feeding encounter. We very much enjoyed our stay in the U.S. Virgin Islands this week, and we highly recommend these lovely islands. Diving is only one of the many attractions of this beautiful region. Our hosts in St. Thomas were the staff and management of the Sapphire Beach Resort. This lovely hotel is perfectly situated to take advantage of St. Thomas's many attractions. Accommodations were also supplied by St. Croix by the Sea. We would like to thank all of our hosts for a wonderful stay in the beautiful U.S. Virgin Islands.
That just about wraps up our show for today. Be sure and think about the U.S. Virgin Islands when booking your next travel destination. And remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport, so don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next time, and until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to Sport Diver. Today we're going to visit the magnificent British Virgin Islands. We'll travel throughout the region with the live-aboard dive vessel, the Q-in-Law. We'll also dive on one of the Caribbean's most famous shipwrecks, the RMS Rhone. Later in the show, we'll visit the islands of Tortola and Virgin Gorda. And finally, we'll show you what the Virgin Islands are famous for, great sailing. We have a wonderful show today, so stay with us.
The British Virgin Islands are a group of over 60 islands, rocks, and keys located 60 miles east of Puerto Rico and 1,100 miles southeast of Miami. Over 70 million years ago, the British Virgin Islands emerged from the seabed as a result of the folding and uplifting of submerged volcanic peaks. As recently as the last ice age, the islands were connected by land to Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Today they stand as peaks of a submerged mountain range. The Virgin Islands are located at the apex of a long chain of islands extending from Trinidad to Florida. Historically, the islands were a stopover for boats traveling the trade wind route. The region had a major influence in the history of the Caribbean basin. Peaceful Arawaks, warlike Caribs, the Europeans and their slaves, and even pirates have all made their mark in these beautiful islands. Columbus explored these waters in 1493 on his second trip to the New World. His names for many of the islands still stand today. With steady trade winds, protected anchorages, and a pleasant climate year-round, the British Virgin Islands are now an idyllic cruising area that attracts thousands of visitors each year. The area's main claim to fame is the excellent sailing. Favorable winds, calm waters, and the close proximity of the islands are magnets for sailing enthusiasts. Crewed charter vessels and self-chartered or bareboats are the most popular excursions. The islands do not have the high-rises or casinos so typical of other Caribbean destinations. In fact, most activity here is centered around the pristine waters surrounding the islands. If you're into water sports, the British Virgin Islands are just what you've been looking for. Recently, the Virgin Islands have become recognized for another water sport, excellent scuba diving. With over 60 islands, rocks and keys, underwater pinnacles, and several world-class shipwrecks, the diving here is remarkably diverse. There is a tremendous variety of dives available with over 200 designated sites. They range from invertebrate-covered rock formations to lush coral reefs to heavily encrusted shipwrecks. Because most diving is done on a large underwater shelf, many dives are less than 70 feet in depth. These depths, combined with excellent visibility, warm year-round temperatures, and dozens of great sights, to make for an excellent dive destination. One of the best-known wrecks in the Caribbean, perhaps even the world, lies within BVI waters. The Royal Mail steamer, the Rhone, sunk off Salt Island during a vicious hurricane in 1867. Another great wreck site is the Korean refrigeration ship, the Chikusan. The vessel drifted into BVI waters on fire and was hastily towed out to sea. She sank, with a little encouragement, on her port side in 80 feet of water in 1981. Later in the show, we'll dive on these magnificent wrecks and show you some of the impressive marine life that has taken up residence in the ships. We began our journey this week on the beautiful island of Tortola. It is the group's largest island in both size and population. Its main city, Road Town, is the capital and business center of the territory. Magnificent beaches, lush forest-clad hills, and beautiful vistas await the lucky visitor. Dominated by a ridge of mountain peaks covered in green, the hills drop to sandy white beaches, fringed with groves of palm trees. The island receives only a small amount of rainfall, and the sun shines virtually all year long. Like many of the Virgin Islands, Tortola also offers a wealth of topside attractions. Ruins of former plantations and military installations are scattered across the island. Sailing is the main reason most people come to the Virgin Islands, and in Tortola, several marinas line the waterfront. The island is host to one of the Caribbean's largest charter fleets. The colorful boats and marinas are a buzz of activity as visitors take on provisions or simply relax after their time at sea. For those who choose to explore the islands by water, there are hundreds of vessels available for charter, either with crew or without. Both options have become very popular over the last few decades, with boats departing from Tortola, Virgin Gorda, or St. Thomas.
The attraction to sailing in the BVIs is the proximity of the islands to each other. They're very close. So you can be from one end of the BVI to the other in a matter of a couple of 3 hours. And also that you can sail between the islands in less than an hour for the most part. The conditions of the BVI are outstanding because of the constant trade winds throughout the year. And the northeast winds in the winter and the southeast trades in the summer make for ideal wind conditions for sailors.
Some boats emphasize sailing and snorkeling with scuba diving and occasional activity. A number of these boats are fully scuba equipped with dive master or instructor aboard and make diving the primary focus of the journey. One such dedicated dive boat is our host live aboard this week, the Kuen Law. Measuring 105 feet in length with a beam of 44 feet, this magnificent ship is the largest trimaran in the world. Kuen Law, translated from ancient Gaelic, means ocean mountain. With two 110-foot masts, she truly is a mountain of a sailing vessel. Built in Canada in 1987, the Q-in-Law now sails the turquoise waters of the British Virgin Islands. Our host this week is owner-operator Duncan Muirhead. Along with his wife Annie, Duncan has been offering dive charters since the mid-'70s. The Q-in-Law is the flagship of Trimarine Boat Company, which also charters the Lammer Law, now cruising the waters of the Galapagos Islands. Most liveaboards are designed as cruising vessels, with no sails and only engines for power. What better place to launch a sailing liveaboard than one of the world's great sailing destinations? With its three-hull design and spacious platform, the Q-in-Law is the most stable dive vessel we have ever had the pleasure of boarding. For the thousands of guests who have enjoyed a stay on this unique ship, the Q-in-Law represents the ultimate in diving luxury. When we return, we'll dive in some of the British Virgin Islands' best underwater sites, including the wrecks of the Chikuzen and the RMS Rhone. So stay with us. Our first dives this week were on the Korean refrigerator ship, the Chikuzen. The 250-foot freighter caught on fire in St. Martin and was towed out to sea to be sunk. After being cut loose, it ended up drifting 70 miles towards the Virgin Islands and had to be towed back into open water. With a little help, the ship sank in 75 feet of water on her port side on a sandy bottom. Since sinking in 1981, the wreck has attracted a new cargo, thousands of schooling fish. Countless grunts, snappers, groupers, and small tropicals now call the wreck home. Gray snappers hang around the hull and move in unison around intruding divers. The behavior of snapping their jaws when hooked by fishermen gives them their names. They are nocturnal predators that feed on crustaceans and small fish. Grunts are closely related to snappers, but are generally smaller, with more deeply notched tails. They also lack the snapper's sharp canine teeth. Barracuda greet divers as they descend towards the wreck. These large fish, some measuring up to 6 feet in length, are the kings of the wreck site. They are very common throughout the Caribbean and all tropical oceans. A red hind grouper lies under the hull on the sand bottom, using its pectoral fins for support. Large white margots are unafraid of divers and allow a close approach. They are a member of the grunt family of fishes. One of the Caribbean's most beautiful fish, the French angelfish, roams about the ship's deck. When the Chikuzen first went down in 1981, she was easier to find from the surface because her hull was painted bright white. Over the years, the paint was either worn off or covered in coral and algae growth. Year by year, divers have witnessed the steady growth of this artificial reef. It's hard to imagine how the wreck managed to attract such a rich profusion of life, especially considering that it is so far from any established reefs or islands. The building blocks of any reef, the tiny larvae of marine creatures, were carried in the open sea and found a home on the wreck. The Chikuzen's a fine example of the Caribbean's marine ecosystem at work. After the dives here, one newly certified student was initiated into the wonderful world of scuba diving. The next day, divers prepared for some more great wreck diving on the RMS Rhone.
Well, today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be diving the wreck of the Royal Mail steamer Rhone. It was a very large 310-foot steamship with two big masts. I guess they didn't trust steamers in those days. She was built in 1865 and went down after 2 years, only 2 years in service in 1867. That's 127 years old. So there's a lot of fish to be seen, a lot of coral growing on there after all that time, and we should be having a lot of fun on that dive.
Because our dive boat was too large for some mooring anchors, divers were shuttled to the sites by Zodiacs. With the smaller inflatable dinghies, we traveled to the site just offshore of Salt Island. The wreck of the Rhone has become synonymous with BVI diving, and most divers are aware of the wreck because of the wide publicity she has received. Regarded as one of the finest wrecks in the Caribbean, a visit to the Rhone is a highlight of any diving trip to the islands. A 310-foot sailing steamer built in England in 1865. The Rhone was a handsome vessel known as one of the most advanced ships of her time. During a brief career of only a few short years, she transported cargo and passengers to ports throughout the West Indies and South America. At Great Harbor on Peter Island, the ship took on provisions for a return trip to England. At 11 a.m., the barometer fell suddenly, the sky darkened, and hurricane winds hit the side of the ship. With engines running at full speed, she survived the first half of the storm. At noon, there was a lull, and in an attempt to reach open sea, the Rhone was forced onto rocks just offshore of Salt Island. On October 29, 1867, she heeled over, broke in two, and sank immediately. Only a few crew members and a single passenger survived. Today, the two halves are well preserved, and her steel wreckage is home to encrusting corals and a variety of different fish species. A huge propeller once powered the vessel at a top speed of 14 knots. The rudder rises upward to within 15 feet of the surface. The wreck of the Royal Mail steamer Rhone remains one of the world's most fascinating dive sites.
Tonight's dive is going to be the RMS Rhone. We dove it earlier today. We're going to go back and visit the bow section tonight. This is definitely one of the best night dives you're ever going to do. One of the best night dives in the Caribbean. One of the things it's most noted for is the absolute unbelievable color that we're going to see down there. Some of the creatures that don't come out in the daytime crawl all around at night, and it makes for a very spectacular night dive.
The Rhone was a great dive site during the day, but was even better at night. Because of the time the ship has spent underwater, the steel structures are covered in thick layers of hard and soft corals. The area is also preserved as a marine park, which helps protect the region from anchors, pollution, and fishing. As a result, the wreck is like a condensed aquarium of Caribbean marine life. Only moments after entering the water, we discovered a large reef shark lying in the hull of the ship. These sharks can sleep motionless, pumping water through their gills for respiration. A few feet away, a large porcupine fish was startled by our lights. By drawing in water, they are able to inflate their bodies and extend sharp spines. This defense dissuades most predators, and the porcupine fish has the longest body spines of its species. A sponge crab parachutes to the bottom, using its sponge hat to float. This strange species attaches a large piece of sponge to its carapace for protection. A channel-clinging crab is the largest of the Caribbean reef crabs. They are also known as the king or coral crab. Hundreds of tiny arrow crabs roam about the wreck site, eating microscopic food particles. They have thin, spider-like legs and a long, pointed snout. A hermit crab uses a discarded seashell as a mobile home. On the sandy bottom, a spotted moray eel beats a hasty retreat. Large parrotfish sleep in the many crevices that surround the wreck. They lie completely motionless until morning when daylight illuminates the ship. A family of cleaner shrimp moves along in formation. They clean large fish of parasites. We discovered two rare shellfish in the wreckage of the Rhone. The deer cowrie has a spiked mantle that wraps completely around a beautiful shell. The mantle of this sea snail looked more like a bridal veil as it crawled along the sandy bottom. Orange cup corals blanket the wreck in a vibrant display of color. At night, the corals come out of their hard shells to feed on plankton and microscopic plants. The RMS Rhone was a magnificent wreck site, and the night dives here were the highlight of a great week of diving. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week. On liveaboard trips or other long boat journeys, divers may want to bring along an anti-nauseant. Seasickness is a common ailment, even in calm waters. Many medications are available over the counter without prescriptions. Some remedies may cause side effects like drowsiness. Contact your doctor or pharmacist for the medication best for you. Because the British Virgin Islands are condensed together in a small area, we were able to explore several of the territory's islands. A must-see on any visit to the BVIs is Virgin Gorda. Along with the Rhone, the baths here are one of the most visited sites in the islands. A spectacular collection of giant boulders is strewn across a white, palm-fringed beach. This natural wonder is beautiful both above and below the water. It is a great place to rediscover the pleasures of snorkeling. One can easily set aside an entire day just hiking and exploring along this unique shoreline. The huge boulders are randomly set upon one another, creating secret rooms, pools, and crevices in a variety of shapes and sizes. There are countless other sailing and diving opportunities in these beautiful islands. Year-round, there are always sites that will have good conditions. When the north swells are a problem, dive masters and skippers can choose from the abundance of protected sites on the south side of the islands. Magnificent sunsets and beautiful Caribbean scenery are only a few of the many reasons to visit this magical region. For great diving and unparalleled sailing, consider the British Virgin Islands.
That just about wraps up our show for today. Be sure and think about the British Virgin Islands when booking your next travel destination. Not only do they offer some of the world's best sailing, they are also a great dive region. And remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport, so don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next time, and until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to Sport Diver. Today we're going to visit the Cocos Islands of Costa Rica.
We'll travel 300 miles across the Pacific on a liveaboard diving adventure. We'll also show you remarkable encounters with giant manta rays and schooling hammerhead sharks. In addition, we'll journey into Costa Rica for some wonderful eco-tourist attractions.
We have a great show today, so stay with us.
Costa Rica is a tiny Central American country situated between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. Our dive destination this week, Coco Island, is located 300 miles southwest of the Pacific coast of the country. Costa Rica holds a privileged place in the world. Not only is it considered to be an oasis of peace and prosperity, it's also known for its incredible natural beauty. Spectacular scenery, a warm tropical climate, and prolific wildlife combine to rank Costa Rica as one of the world's finest natural wonders. There is perhaps no other country that can offer such a wealth of attractions for the eco-tourist. The two bordering oceans combine with a complex mountainous topography to form a wide variety of climates and habitats. A little-known fact is that the incredible topside beauty is equally matched underwater. A small handful of divers know of Costa Rica's best-kept secret, the wonderful Pacific and Caribbean diving. It's very rare that a country can boast that it has two completely different oceans as its borders. The Caribbean along the eastern coast holds a typical assortment of the region's marine life and coral reefs. The Pacific, on the other hand, is a completely different ecosystem, harboring an incredible variety of large pelagic animals and fish life. The deep blue waters of the South Pacific are the home to countless varieties of whales, sharks, and dolphins. The open ocean is a playground for unique species like the manta ray. They glide through the water like birds in flight. A rare sight here is the schooling behavior of hammerhead sharks. Hundreds of the large fish swim together in an eerie dance. We'll show you more of these remarkable encounters later in the show. But before we continue underwater, here's a brief look at what the country has to offer topside. Visitors have long marveled at the pristine beauty of Costa Rica. The region is considered to be one of the world's top eco-tourist destinations. The government has recognized the value of preserving the country's unique wilderness and has set aside over 20% of its land area towards parks and reserves. No other country in the world can boast of having more protected areas. A stunning capital city, San Jose, is the main population center and drop-off point for visitors. The country is one of the oldest democracies in the Americas. Its people have enjoyed political stability and a long-standing commitment to peace and human rights. Costa Ricans have a high standard of living with an excellent health system and the highest life expectancy of any country in the region. With the help of a state-funded education system, over 90% of the population can read and write. Tourism is now surpassing agriculture as the #1 industry, and the list of fine amenities is endless. Any visitor to this beautiful country should include a stop in wonderful San Jose. We begin our journey this week in the Pacific Coast port of Punta Arenas. Here we boarded the Okeanos Aggressor, a stunning 135-foot live-aboard dive vessel. Our dive destination, Coco Island, lies 300 miles southwest of Costa Rica. The only way to reach these islands is by ocean-going vessel, and we prepared for a 30-hour crossing. With calm seas and great weather, getting there was half the fun. Shortly after leaving the mainland, our captain spotted a pod of dolphins. Dozens of the beautiful mammals surfed in front of the bow. These passengers might look like they're getting seasick, but they are actually trying to get a closer look at the dolphins. They danced and jumped in the clear waters, providing an entertaining show for divers. We've visited tame dolphins in the past, but this was our first meeting with them in the wild. Another incredible encounter occurred later in the trip when a passenger spotted several pilot whales. The captain stopped the vessel, and divers were able to snorkel with the whales.
I moved up to his side, and I looked into his eye not 3 feet away, and that's when they dove. It was amazing. Just amazing.
After a long crossing, we finally approached Coco Island. Coco is one of the largest uninhabited islands in the world. It is the only island in the eastern Pacific that supports a tropical rainforest. This creates a lush, densely forested island with over 200 waterfalls. This remote outpost is considered by many to contain a vast wealth of pirate treasure. For centuries, the island was a stopover for buccaneers who plundered merchant ships bound for Europe. Dozens of expeditions have tried unsuccessfully to locate the buried riches. Many of the visitors inscribed their names on a giant boulder in Lever Creek. Some inscriptions date back to the early 1800s, and there is even a carving from the Cousteau Society. This rugged island is now a protected national park. Visitors can only come to Cocos by boat and must stay aboard their vessels. Getting on and off the island is a challenge, as there are no docks for large ships. The remoteness of the island has spawned a unique ecosystem, and some birds and animals can be found only on this tiny 14-square-mile island. Pirates brought pigs to Coco centuries ago, and their descendants still roam about the forests. Just 4 miles across, the island rises to 3,000 feet, with numerous cliffs and valleys. Our dive vessel anchored just offshore, and we traveled mainly by Zodiac. The large inflatables shuttled divers to the many dive sites surrounding the island. We had heard many stories and vivid testimonials about the diving here, but nothing could prepare us for what we were to experience. Several of our programs are based in Caribbean destinations, and after a while, most coral reefs start to look the same. This is the beauty of places like Coco Island. Coco is the kind of place you go when you are tired of reefs and want some real excitement, with a chance to see large pelagic animals. We were not disappointed and found large populations of mantas, sharks, schooling fish, and countless invertebrates. When we return, we'll show you 2 remarkable encounters with scalloped hammerhead sharks and giant manta rays. We'll also show you some of the other wonderful marine life of Coco Island. So stay with us. Coco Island is famous for its diving, and the main reason for this fame is the incredible large marine animal encounters. Scalloped hammerhead sharks are a common sight in the area, and divers can observe thousands of the sleek fish as they migrate around the island. This species is part of a larger group of over 8 hammerheads, ranging in size from 3 feet to more than 16 feet. The sharks are almost instantly recognizable. The distinctive hammer, with an eye on each end, has 5 notches and 6 scallops. There is speculation about the purpose of the hammer. Some believe that it makes them more maneuverable in the water. Others believe that the larger heads may act as a better receptor for the sharks' already keen senses. They may even act as tools to help them catch their favorite food, stingrays. Divers gear up on the surface and are briefed before entering the water.
There is a big rock there. The top of the pendant was about 60 feet. The bottom of this rock is about 80, 90 feet, so that's a good place to hide. The hammerheads that were coming this direction like that, Now remember, at the end of the dive, nice long safety stop, 120 max. No decompression diving. Keep an eye on those gauges and stay with your body. Enjoy it.
Once under the surface, divers position themselves on the rocks, hoping for a glimpse of the sharks. Before long, a lone shark signals the arrival of a large school. As the fish swims upward, a massive group of hammerheads appear overhead. Nothing can accurately describe the feeling of seeing so many sharks in one place. It's a remarkable sight indeed. Hundreds of slowly swimming hammerheads making their way around the island. No one really knows why a normally solitary fish schools like this, but it is believed that the behavior is related to mating. It's hard to approach the sharks as they do not like scuba bubbles and shy away from divers. Once thought to be man-eaters, hammerheads have proven to be either indifferent to or even wary of divers. Scalloped hammerheads are found in warm, temperate, and tropical seas as deep as 900 feet. They are pelagic or open water fish, preferring the open ocean or isolated islands. You can hardly make a dive around Coco Island without seeing at least a couple of sharks. Another common species here is the white-tip reef shark. Like the nurse shark, they can sit on the bottom, motionless, almost as if they are asleep. Most sharks have to keep moving in order to breathe, but a few species have developed the ability to remain still. All sharks are part of the species of fish which do not have bones. They are called cartilaginous, and their skeletons are made up of cartilage rather than bone. Most are scavengers, and they rarely attack healthy fish. Many are cleaners, and they roam about the ocean feeding on dead, sick, or weak fish. Regardless of their reputations, sharks are fascinating creatures to watch. Another remarkable encounter occurred when divers discovered a group of large manta rays. These deep-sea giants can reach sizes of over 14 feet across. Like sharks, they are boneless and have rough, sandpapery skin. Mantas are also open-water fish, and they roam about the ocean, feeding on plankton and other microscopic life. Their large mouths remain open almost permanently to catch food. Large remoras latch onto the backs of the rays and feed on parasites. Just to give you an idea of the size of these rays, the remoras on its back are 3 to 4 feet long. They attach themselves with corrugated suckers on their head. Divers and snorkelers were in for a treat because the fish were schooling. Mantas, like sharks, are usually solitary animals, and large groups like this are a rare sight. One diver commented that the rays looked like stealth bombers. They actually look more like birds as they lazily swim about the water. Another common ray here is the marble stingray. One of the largest of rays, these fish can reach diameters of 7 feet across. They are almost perfectly round, and they hover about the rocks and bottom like a flying disc. Stingrays have venomous spines under their tails that can deliver a painful reminder to divers to keep their distance. The large pelagic encounters of Coco Island are dives we will long remember. This is what diving is all about. Large fish are not the only inhabitants of the waters around Coco Island. Many species of jacks, grunts, and snappers populate the ocean surrounding the island. In addition to these common species, there are also several unique specimens. Moorish idols are one of the tropical Indo-Pacific fish found here. These colorful reef fish look as if they were designed by Pablo Picasso. Guinea fowl puffers are generally black with white spots. They have a bright golden phase, and vibrant yellow specimens are also common. Eels of all shapes and sizes find shelter in the many rocks and crevices. Large, fine-spotted morays peer out of their dens. They may look menacing, but eels are generally harmless. Their breathing action makes them look as if they are aggressive. They have to keep their mouths open in order to breathe. Large schools of Creole fish frequent the choppy waters near the shore. When approaching in surge, divers should be cautious to avoid being thrown onto the rocks. Diving in the waters around Costa Rica's Coco Island is an experience we will not soon forget. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week. After leaving the island, we took a couple of days to explore some of the wonderful attractions of the Costa Rican mainland. Jaco Beach is a popular attraction, and we were treated to a dazzling sunset. Beaches on both the Caribbean and Pacific coasts of the country are spectacular. Other popular attractions are Lake Arenal and Lake Cotter. The winds coming down from the mountains are almost constant, and the lakes are popular windsurfing destinations. The interior of the country is a rich cross-section of tropical dry forests, lowland and highland rainforests, and volcanic ranges. Rivers cut their way through the country and provide exciting opportunities for rafters and kayakers. Warm volcanic streams and pools provide welcome relief to weary hikers. Trekking and hiking are very popular activities, and there's no shortage of trails. Most of the country's parks offer well-groomed paths and shelters. For those who would rather ride than walk, there's always horseback riding. There are scenic tours for both experienced and novice riders. When venturing into the Costa Rican countryside, you can't help but notice the wonderfully diverse flora and fauna. Flower species are too numerous to count, and thick green vegetation blankets the forest. Animals, birds, and reptiles await you around every corner. Indigenous wildlife is both plentiful and diverse. There is perhaps no other country in the world that can boast of having such rich ecosystems. On one of our tours, we traveled up a river to look for crocodiles. Whatever you do, don't try this at home. Our guide baited the reptiles with fresh meat. Close encounters like this are a thrilling adventure. With a world full of pollution and overcrowding, Costa Rica remains a beacon for conservation-minded visitors. This is truly a beautiful country, and we highly recommend its many diverse attractions. Our accommodations in Costa Rica this week were graciously provided by 3 of the country's top guest facilities. In San Jose, we stayed at the Hotel Irazu. This lovely facility is conveniently located in Costa Rica's capital city. In Jaco Beach, we stayed at the Jaco Beach Resort Hotel. While at Lake Coter, we stayed at the Eco Lodge. The lodge is situated in a cloud forest mountain range surrounded by some of the country's finest natural attractions. We'd like to thank all of our hosts and Fiesta Holidays for a wonderful stay in beautiful Costa Rica.
That wraps up our show for today. Be sure and think about Costa Rica and the Cocos Islands when booking your next travel destination. And consider a live-aboard dive trip. It's a great way to explore our undersea world. Remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport, so don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next time, and until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to Sport Diver. Today we're going to visit one of the most fascinating places on Earth, the Galapagos Islands. This remarkable region is equally renowned for its wildlife both above and below the surface. We'll dive in cool equatorial waters and show you encounters with hammerhead and Galapagos sharks, sea lions and sea turtles, and even tiny penguins. Later in the show, we'll explore several of the chain's volcanic islands and visit Darwin Station, home to the giant tortoise. We have a fascinating show today, so stay with us.
The Galapagos archipelago lies approximately 600 miles due west of Ecuador. They are a large group of islands lying on the equator, spread out over 30,000 square miles of Pacific Ocean. Over 5 million years ago, successive volcanic eruptions in the Pacific Ocean formed an underwater platform with tall projecting mountains. Eventually, the highest peaks rose above the surface, creating an island chain commonly known today as the Galapagos. This violent geological process continues today, and the Galapagos is one of the most active volcanic regions in the world. Several major eruptions have occurred over the last 100 years. The islands lie uniquely isolated on the equator, several hundred miles from the nearest landmass. Animals and plant life had to migrate here by the wind or by ocean current. The species best able to adapt flourished, and over time became in many cases unique or endemic to the islands. It is estimated that over 25% of the island's animal, plant, and marine life is endemic to the Galapagos. It was much the same when a young Charles Darwin arrived here in 1835 as part of a 5-year round-the-world expedition. Wandering its shores, Darwin found a naturalist's paradise so bizarre and fantastic that it would forever alter the course of Western thought. His observations here led to his theory of evolution by natural selection. Only recently have visitors discovered an entirely different frontier, the rich equatorial waters surrounding the islands. The 7 major ocean currents that bathe the Galapagos are responsible for an unusual assemblage of over 300 species of fish. Some currents are cool, while others are tropical. Because of the resulting profusion of fish, plants, and microscopic plankton, the islands attract a wide variety of life. Whales, sea lions, turtles, and sharks all gather here to take advantage of the endless supply of food. Diving in the Galapagos is a richly rewarding experience. The sheer abundance of fish life is stunning. To consider these remarkable islands solely as a topside destination would be to miss half their appeal. Massive schools of fish from tuna to barracuda greet you on every dive. Bigger animals add to the excitement, and the potential for encounters is always present. We are not exaggerating when we say that there were at least half a dozen large sharks, 2 or 3 sea turtles, and several Galapagos sea lions surrounding us on each dive. The sea lions were particularly friendly, and they seemed to enjoy a diver's company. Like underwater acrobats, they twisted and danced around the divers. Diving here, it's hard to believe that the green sea turtle is an endangered species. They are more abundant in the Galapagos Islands than anywhere else on Earth. Schooling hammerhead and Galapagos sharks were also a constant presence. At first, it was a little disconcerting having these large predators in close proximity. However, like all marine life here, the sharks were very curious and posed no threat to divers. We'll show you more of these great encounters later in the show. We began our journey this week in the Ecuadorian city of Guayaquil. After a brief flight over the Pacific, we arrived on the Galapagos island of San Cristobal. It was only a matter of minutes before we encountered our first samples of Galapagos marine life. Before we even had a chance to load our gear into the Zodiacs, we were treated to an acrobatic display by some local sea lions. There's hardly a bay or piece of shoreline anywhere in the islands that isn't home to at least a small family of sea lions. To our left, seabirds performed their remarkable dive-bombing maneuvers to catch fish. From the harbor, we traveled by Zodiac to our host dive vessel this week, the Lammerlaw. This beautiful boat, along with its sister ship, the Law, are the largest trimarans in the world. Measuring 93 feet long with a 43-foot beam, this impressive liveaboard was the perfect means by which to explore the incredible Galapagos Islands. Because of the distance between dive sites and the lack of topside amenities, all diving here is done from liveaboard vessels. Most boats offer a comprehensive tour package consisting of both land-based and underwater attractions. Now a popular tourist destination, the Galapagos Islands are a study in sustainable ecotourism. Visitor numbers are limited to 30,000 per year, and no one is allowed to set foot on an island without a naturalist guide. A well-developed trail system and strict policies toward animal endangerment have helped to preserve the island's fragile ecosystem. No one is allowed to wander off the trails or to touch or otherwise disturb an animal. As a result, most species are oblivious to the presence of man, usually unafraid and sometimes even bold. The only problem here is getting far enough away from the wildlife to properly focus your camera. In 1959, 100 years after the publication of Darwin's The Origin of the Species, the government of Ecuador declared all areas of the Galapagos to be national parks. Marine Waters joined the park system in 1986, and today over 97% of the archipelago is protected from harmful development. In 1979, UNESCO declared the islands a World Heritage Site. The Galapagos faces a tremendous challenge in the coming years as tourism and development place an increased burden on the ecosystem. However, due to the Ecuadorian people's resolve to protect their natural treasure and the efforts of worldwide conservation organizations, visitors will find the island's fascinating attractions healthy and robust as we near the end of the century. When we return, we'll dive into the rich equatorial waters surrounding the Galapagos Islands. We'll also take a closer look at our favorite marine mammal, the sea lion. So stay with us. One of the joys of diving in the Galapagos is the constant presence of large marine animals. The most common of these is the sea lion. They are the most entertaining mammal we've ever encountered, and they apparently delight in performing a variety of stunts. They streak past like jet fighters with sudden turns, barrel rolls, and loops. Sometimes they stop and stare at divers almost as if they expect applause for their antics. Occasionally, they will playfully tug on a fin or snorkel. The only fellows to watch out for are the large males. If they are protecting their territory, they can become aggressive. They are easily distinguished by their large size and bulbous forehead. The Galapagos sea lion inhabits sandy beaches and gently sloping rocky shorelines. Most of their time on land is spent lazily basking in the sun. We were fortunate enough to spot a few newborns among the many adults. Sea lions are excellent swimmers and divers. As soon as their bodies hit the water, their heart rate drops, their blood vessels constrict, and their lungs begin to collapse. Blood flows as usual to the heart and brain, but less reaches the non-vital organs like the kidneys. To stay underwater, sea lions are able to draw on oxygen in their muscles as well as in their blood. A close relative of the Galapagos sea lion is the fur sea lion. They can be distinguished by their smaller size, larger eyes, and heavier fur coats. Like their cousins, they are friendly, curious, and eager to show off their aquatic skills. At James Bay on the island of San Salvador, we encountered several fur sea lions in a rocky inlet. They joined snorkelers in the water and performed their usual acrobatics. These magical encounters are what the Galapagos Islands are all about. Our favorite dive site this week was called Roca Redonda. This steep, rocky island rises sharply out of the water and provides a home for many seabirds. Under the water, the dive site is an impressive example of the Galapagos marine ecosystem. The fish life was so thick that the schools would block out the sunlight. A quick turn of the head would reveal several different schooling fish, including steel pompanos, barracuda, Pacific amberjacks, and yellow-tailed grunts. The amberjacks were attracted to our bubbles and circled our cameraman for several minutes. These large fish can reach lengths of over 5 feet. They are also commonly known as the almaco jack. The schools of barracuda were the largest we had ever seen. They have a long, silvery body and grow to over 3 feet in length. Usually ignoring divers, they will sometimes move away when closely approached. They swim in large, polarized schools and move in unison around intruders like this green sea turtle. We found sea turtles by the dozens swimming about the site. In only 3 dives here, one diver counted over 30 turtles. They are even more common during the mating months of November and December. They are often found sleeping on the bottom or under ledges. With a little luck, a swimming turtle will be curious enough to circle a diver before heading for open water. So ponderous on land, the sea turtle swims with grace and speed in the waters of all the world's oceans except the Antarctic. Mixed in with the sea lions, fish, and turtles were numerous large sharks. Both the scalloped hammerhead and the Galapagos shark swam about the turbulent waters, oblivious to divers. They were a constant presence throughout all our dives and were especially abundant around rocky outcroppings like Roca Redonda. They cruise over reefs, slopes, and along walls and drop-offs, feeding primarily on fish, smaller sharks, and rays. There is usually no reason for sharks to associate divers with food. In fact, most sharks will retreat from divers, and they are especially wary of exhaust bubbles. One of the most impressive rays we encountered was the marbled ray. They have an almost perfectly circular body with black and gray marbled patterns. These rays reach widths of over 7 feet across. Eagle rays are a related species that have numerous white spots and circular markings on their body. They are quite striking to watch and swim about like birds in flight.
Oh man, this was the greatest time. Unbelievable. Sharks everywhere. Big sharks, little sharks, hammerheads, Galapagos sharks. It was wild. Got tossed around a bit, but what a dive. Great dive.
Just a phenomenal dive. We expected to see Galapagos shark, hammerheads, and we saw those guys. The Galapagos shark, in fact, were everywhere. At one point, I got a touch from behind from a concerned passenger, and I looked behind, literally, a Galapagos shark, not only 3 feet away from the guy.
Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week. A little-known fact about the Galapagos is that they have their own species of penguin. Unique to these islands, this tiny bird is the third smallest of their species. It is the only penguin that inhabits waters as far north as the equator. During the day, using their wings as flippers, they swim out to sea to feed on small fish. Blue-footed boobies are another unique seabird that feeds on small fish. They get their name from, you guessed it, their blue feet. The booby nests on the ground, frequently in the middle of walking paths. The young are covered in soft white down and have a voracious appetite. In mating season, the adult birds display a bizarre mating ritual. Male frigate birds are very colorful and have a red neck sack that they can inflate to attract females. They sit in trees, waiting for the females to come down and inspect their nests. The frigate bird has a unique way of feeding. They harass boobies and other seabirds into regurgitating their food, which they then steal. The Galapagos Islands have a tremendous supply of food for seabirds and other marine life. Massive schools of juveniles and smaller fish congregate offshore. They are easy pickings for birds and larger fish. Another unique species here is the marine iguana. These remarkable reptiles are the only iguanas that feed in the water. Every day they swim out to shallow, rocky ledges and feed on algae and plants. They do not hold their breath and actually fill their lungs with water. Once back on shore, they spit out the water and breathe normally. Because they have no special buoyancy abilities, air in their lungs would prevent them from submerging. Most of the time, they lie on warm rocks, elevating their body temperatures to help digest their food. The most celebrated species on land is the giant tortoise. These massive reptiles are unique only to the Galapagos and a few small islands in the Indian Ocean. Each major island in the chain has a different subspecies of the tortoise. Because of human predation and the introduction of non-native animals, some species have become extinct. An aggressive breeding program is underway at Darwin Station on the island of Santa Cruz. Hundreds of juveniles and adults are bred and raised for reintroduction to the islands. There are several places in the wild where the turtles can be seen in their natural habitat. These wild reptiles are a bit shy and retreat quickly into their shells when approached closely. Galapagos land tours reveal a mostly barren landscape. Many islands have had recent volcanic eruptions, and some are almost completely covered in new surface rock. This is what makes the islands so unique. They are a study in evolution at work. On one island, small plants and lava cacti are the first signs of life after a volcanic eruption over 100 years ago. The islands continue to evolve and provide the visitor with a wondrous display of Mother Nature at her eccentric best. Normal is not part of the vocabulary here. As another great dive trip came to a close, we were treated to a dazzling sunset. For challenging, unusual diving, as well as a living museum of terrestrial life, this remote archipelago has earned its great reputation as an exciting adventure travel destination.
That just about wraps up our show for today. Be sure and think about Ecuador's Galapagos Islands when booking your next travel destination. And remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport. So don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next time. And until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to Sport Diver. Today we're going to take you on a tour down under to beautiful Australia. We'll travel to the famous Cod Hole for a visit with giant moray eels, potato cod, and Maori wrasses. We'll also dive several other wonderful sights on the renowned Great Barrier Reef. Later in the show, we'll look at some of Australia's magnificent wildlife. And finally, we'll descend into cold southern waters for an encounter with the infamous great white shark. We have a fascinating show today, so stay with us. Australia is located in the southern hemisphere between the Indian and South Pacific Oceans. It lies approximately 6,000 miles southwest of North America. Because Australia lies entirely below the equator, it is sometimes referred to as the land down under. Its isolation from the rest of the world has helped to develop amazingly diverse flora and fauna. Europeans didn't arrive until the 18th century, and Aboriginals prospered here for 40,000 years before the arrival of the first British fleets. Today, many Aboriginals still lead a traditional lifestyle of hunting and gathering. Australia is a dry, thinly populated land. Only a few areas along or near the coasts receive enough rainfall to support a large population. The country is the world's largest. Species can only be found on the continent. Birds, reptiles, and mammals were able to evolve here in complete isolation. Perhaps the most famous feature of Australia is the renowned Great Barrier Reef. The facts are impressive.
The reef extends along Queensland's coastline for more than 1,200 miles and comprises 2,900 individual reefs and 71 coral islands. It is considered to be one of the natural wonders of the world. The reef is the only visible sign of life on Earth to orbiting astronauts. Neither words nor photographs can prepare you for its incredible beauty and enormity. It is made up of more than 400 species of brilliantly colored hard and soft corals and is inhabited by over 1,500 species of fish and 4,000 types of mollusks. The outer reef lies from 15 to 200 miles from the coast and offers a dazzling variety of diving and recreational attractions. There is perhaps no other region in the world more closely associated with great scuba diving. Our dive destination this week is the magnificent Cod Hole and the surrounding ribbon reefs. This popular chain of coral reefs is a favorite of visiting divers. We traveled here aboard the live-aboard dive vessel Super Sport. This impressive catamaran is part of the Mike Ball Dive Expeditions fleet. At 90 feet with a 34-foot beam, this ship was a great way to explore Australia's wonderful barrier reef. Because of the distance from shore, the reef is best reached by a live-aboard vessel or day trip from one of the outer reef islands. We begin our journey today with a low-level flight over the reef. Only by air can you truly appreciate the size of this immense living chain of corals. Our flight took us 150 miles north of Cairns to Lizard Island. From here, we boarded our ship for what was to become a wonderful diving adventure. Our first dives were at the famous Cod Hole. Several years ago, fishermen noticed a group of large sea bass that regularly came to feed on discarded fish remains. Today, the small area is home to over a dozen massive potato cod, a few Maori wrasse, and a family of moray eels. Like other unique fish encounters, the Cod Hole is a marvel for divers. Where else can you pet and feed fish almost as big as cows? Diving interaction has tamed the sea bass, and they are very friendly. Other residents here include giant humphead Maori wrasse. These kings of the reef can grow to over 6 feet in length. The other fish step aside when these big fellows come in for a look. A family of large moray eels inhabits small coral heads surrounding the feeding site. Like the other fish, the eels are also very friendly, despite their fearsome appearance. Before the actual feeding encounter, divers were briefed and allowed to do a checkout dive. This was a great chance to interact with the resident fish.
Welcome to the Great Barrier Reef, for those of you who haven't been here before, and in particular, welcome to the Cod Hole. It was discovered in 1972 by some game fishermen who used to come here and offload the fish, cut up their fish and what have you, and they noticed there was a large family of potato cod.
Once in the water, it was a matter of seconds before the cod came in for close inspection. They each have beautiful white and dark markings that are individually unique. It's a pleasure to feed the large fish, but divers have to be careful. Rows of tiny, sharp teeth can inflict a painful reminder to keep your hands at a distance. However, they do not actually bite, but use powerful suction to suck in their food. On the reefs, groupers and other sea bass lie motionless until smaller fish come close enough to be caught. The cod mill about, waiting to see if anyone has food. When there are additional boats on the site, the fish will sometimes dart back and forth between feedings. We found a cleaning station amongst the coral heads and several potato cod lined up for service. Small cleaning wrasse pick parasites from the cod. The gills are especially vulnerable, and the fish allow the cleaners to travel freely. Another symbiotic relationship occurs with the remora. These fish latch on to their large hosts and feed on scraps and parasites. After a brief surface interval, we entered the water for the actual feeding. Divers gather around large concrete blocks that serve as a sort of dinner table. It doesn't take long for the resident fish to show up and the feeding begins. The Cod Hole is protected as a national park and can be considered a marine zoo. It is now one of the most popular dive sites on the reef. This was a dive that had all the excitement of a wild place, the action of a circus, and the personal interaction of a zoo all rolled into one. When the big fish start feeding, it's easy to see why the site is so popular. Groupers are usually shy fish, and close encounters like this are unique. The Maori wrasse also comes in for a handout and doesn't stray far from the table. The dive master coaxes the fish to swim through his legs. Some of the fish can get a little anxious as they wait for a handout. This eel didn't like his meal being taken by a cod. This encounter was indeed a great thrill. Here's a look at this incredible dive. Our next dive site is another famous area called Pixie Pinnacle. Here, a dramatic flat-topped coral structure rises from a depth of about 150 feet. Its claim to fame are the countless species of fish, both large and small, which inhabit the area. Thousands of tiny coral fish swim about the pinnacle like butterflies. Larger fish like barracudas, trevally, and jacks swim about the outer perimeter of the pinnacle. Snappers and goatfish group a little closer to the corals. Divers can swim around the pinnacle in just a few minutes. However, there are so many things to see that you can easily do several dives on the same site. Tiny anthias are the most colorful inhabitants of the reef. They are also called fairy basslets, or goldfish. Vibrant purples, oranges, and blues are the common colors of these beautiful fish. Should a male die, the female changes sex to take his place in the social structure of the school. They are amongst the smallest of the reef fish, and they forage for plankton. This is a great place to view colorful hard and soft corals. Because of the abundance of food, the corals grow like weeds. Pinnacles like this are remarkable because they are actually complete ecosystems. Tides and strong currents help to produce plankton. The plankton feeds the corals and small fish, and they in turn feed the larger fish. Other dive sites like Steve's Balmy, Fish Market, and Don's Diner also offer a profusion of colorful reef life. Our trip aboard Super Sport included 3 days of cruising with 11 scheduled dives. All of the sites are chosen for their unique sampling of Great Barrier Reef diving.
Seen these? These are called a cone shell, okay? And these cone shells are pretty poisonous. In fact, if you get stung by one of these, you've got about half an hour to get back and say goodbye to your loved one, which should be enough, I guess. Now, saying, please do not touch these things, is like putting a...
Between dives, the staff holds informative and fascinating seminars as part of an onboard reef ecology program.
Max said was deadly. Let's have a look at it. Oh, yes,
Well, if you're going to go diving, I reckon I couldn't recommend any place other than the Great Barrier Reef to come here. Whether you're a novice diver or an experienced diver, I think that Great Barrier Reef has got it here for everybody. The colour is fantastic, the wildlife is fantastic. I think that the Great Barrier Reef would have to be one of the best dive destinations anywhere in the world.
Night diving is a popular attraction on the ribbon reefs because most of the sites are shallow. Patch reefs and sand bottoms are home to countless varieties of interesting marine life. At night, lights mesmerize the fish, and divers can approach closely. Turtles are also sleeping, and divers can find them resting under ledges and overhangs. Other reef residents, like flatworms, are also easier to find and approach in darkness. Here, a clown unicorn fish rests on the bottom. They have a razor-sharp spine on their tails, which can inflict severe lacerations if mishandled. The beautiful lionfish's colors are even more impressive at night. Several varieties of these fish can be found on Australia's reefs. Sea cucumbers roam about the bottom, filtering sand for food. Oral arms extend outward, scooping in sand and rubble, which contains various nutrients. Mollusks, like the cuttlefish, roam about the reefs, feeding at night. They have excellent eyesight, and like their cousins the octopus, are very intelligent. This fellow tries to take advantage of a blinded fish. The octopus is not as common here as they are in the Caribbean. We did, however, see a few small specimens on one of our night dives. Like the cuttlefish, they hunt at night. Hermit crabs are a common sight on the reef as they forage about the bottom. They use discarded shells as a home and protection from predators. This beautiful shellfish is the deadly cone shell. They can inject prey with a venomous dart that has sometimes proven fatal to humans. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week. When diving in Australia or other tropical destinations, the sun can be very strong. Always remember to bring along some sunscreen with your other essential dive gear. Repeated diving can wash away this protection, so you may want to reapply sunblock after every dive.
For all you people who are coming over to Australia from North America or from the Canada region, there's a few terms you might need to know, survival terms we'll call them, when you get here to Australia. First of all, g'day. That means hello, how are you? Okay? And they're being nice when they ask you something like that. And then if someone says, ask you fair dinkum, and you want to know what it means, well, it means, are you telling the truth? Are you for real? Okay?
After a wonderful dive trip on the Great Barrier Reef, we decided to take a look at some of Australia's remarkable topside wildlife. We traveled to Wild World, an animal park a few kilometers north of Cairns. Australia has an incredible diversity of wildlife. More notable species include the many birds, reptiles, and marsupials that thrive in the sparsely populated country. Colorful tropical birds like the peacock are renowned for their beautiful plumage. Some birds here cannot fly at all and have developed strong legs and sharp toes for protection from predators. Snakes are very common, and Australia is home to some of the world's deadliest species. However, bites are very rare, and most snakes avoid contact with humans. Even the largest of snakes can only eat small animals and rodents. There are several types of marsupials, and kangaroos are an interesting example. The young are reared in pouches, living with their mother until they are quite large. Tame kangaroos are popular attractions in zoos and petting farms. Like the fish we looked at earlier, they can also get a little impatient when waiting for a handout. Koalas are adorable, but unfortunately, they are quite rare. Destruction of their habitats has led to a drastic reduction in their population. Special parks and reserves have helped to protect the remaining numbers. They eat eucalyptus leaves exclusively and spend most of their time sleeping and eating. They look like tiny bears, but are actually not related to bears at all. Crocodiles are probably the most feared creature on land. They have accounted for several tourist and local deaths over the years. Like the shark, the crocodile's reputation has unfortunately led to its demise in the wild. Loss of habitat through human encroachment has also been a problem. In fact, most of the crocodiles in captivity have been caught close to cities and other populated areas. These crocodiles, or salties, can be found in rivers and other bodies of water close to the ocean. They are hard to detect in the water because only their eyes and nostrils break the surface. They can remain perfectly still for hours, patiently watching a watering hole for prey. As a crocodile gets older, it continues to grow. They can reach lengths of 25 feet, and some specimens are over 100 years old. Their mouths are full of sharp, jagged teeth. When they bite, their mouth seals tight and makes a strange, hollow sound. Of all Australia's wild creatures, none are as feared as the notorious great white shark. These ancient predators of the deep have been the subject of many a diver's nightmare. Film and television has only served to heighten people's fears of these giant sharks. They are menacing, but like most sharks, they tend to leave man alone. Unfortunately, images like this have helped to attract hunters, determined to exterminate these magnificent predators. Their numbers have decreased dramatically over the last few years. They are now protected, but their numbers are a tiny fraction of what they were previously. These remarkable pictures were taken by an amateur videographer while on vacation in southern Australia. This area is the home to most of the country's population of great white sharks. Several dive operators now offer encounters like this to sport divers. This species thrives in cooler water, where their main prey, the seal, can be found in abundance. Contrary to popular belief, great whites usually do not stray into tropical waters. They cannot be found on the Great Barrier Reef, where most recreational diving takes place. In order to attract the sharks, the water is chummed with fish remnants and blood. This brings out the aggressive nature so familiar to television viewers. Divers are then lowered into specially designed cages where they can observe the sharks underwater. These massive beasts can dwarf a diver, sometimes reaching lengths of 25 feet or more, the largest of the predatory sharks. This was a lucky encounter because at least 2 large males and a female showed up for dinner. Bait was strung up around the cages, and divers were able to catch a close-up glimpse of their sharp teeth. The metal of the cages interferes with their keen senses and sometimes causes the sharks to attack the steel bars protecting the divers. Even with the protection, this is still a scary experience. For any thrill seeker in the audience, this is the dive for you. Over 1,000 miles north of Great White Shark Country, we wrapped up a wonderful trip on Australia's Barrier Reef. We'd like to thank our hosts, Mike Ball Dive Expeditions and Qantas Airlines, for a wonderful trip to beautiful Australia. This is diving at its best. Accommodations for our crew are supplied by the beautiful Cairns Hilton. This superb 5-star facility is conveniently located in Queensland's gateway to the Great Barrier Reef, Cairns. Lovely rooms and suites complement a finely decorated hotel.
That just about wraps up our show for today. Be sure and think about Australia and the Great Barrier Reef when booking your next travel destination. Remember, diving has become established as feathery gills on their backs, and on the head they have retractable eyes and tentacles. A remarkable fact about these creatures is that they are hermaphroditic, able to both lay eggs and fertilize at the same time. However, they must breed with another nudibranch. Occasionally, you can spot 2 or 3 of them together in a mating ritual. Flatworms are similar to nudibranchs, except they do not have external gills. They also have very flat bodies without much substance. They have remarkable powers of regeneration. If they are broken up into small bits, each part will then grow into a new flatworm. Another interesting creature is the jellyfish. They are predators, feeding on small invertebrates which they trap and paralyze. Some even have tiny fish living inside their umbrellas. They are apparently unharmed by the stinging tentacles. Jellyfish use powerful muscles that contract to propel themselves up or down.
Sea cucumbers are a frequent sight on the sandy bottom. They feed on bacteria and other microorganisms in the rubble. Most of the material cannot be eaten, and it is discarded in small piles of pellets. Even though they taste bad to predators, they can still immobilize their attackers with sticky strands that contain a toxin. They can then regenerate these strands for later use. Cuttlefish are a strange-looking sight as they roam about the reefs during the day. They have an internal shell, or cuttlebone, that supports a flexible body. They fill these layers of bone with gas, aiding in buoyancy control. This bone may be familiar as the white, chalky substance used in bird cages to help keep beaks trim. Squid and cuttlefish move about by expelling water rapidly through their mantle cavity. Like the octopus, they also have a remarkable ability to change color rapidly. Lionfish, or firefish, are yet another strikingly colored resident of Australia's reefs. These beautiful fish are deceptively deadly. Their fine dorsal spines are venomous, and even the slightest touch will cause sudden and severe pain. They are experts at camouflage. The lionfish feeds by lying perfectly still until a small fish happens by. With powerful suction, they suck in their prey. These fish are great photo subjects and have no fear of divers. Even during the day, photographers can approach them very closely. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week. The coastal regions of Queensland are home to some of the Earth's last remaining tropical rainforest. This remarkable area is classed as a World Heritage Site and is protected from development. There are a number of ways to explore this amazing region, and we decided to try a whitewater rafting trip. The Tully River cuts through the middle of a beautiful rainforest south of Cairns. We traveled to the Tully River with Raging Thunder Expeditions for a one-day whitewater raft trip. Rafters geared up at the base camp and proceeded to the water. Many of Queensland's attractions are for the adventurous at heart, and we waited with anticipation for our first whitewater action. The Tully River's flow is regulated by a power station, and year-round water levels are relatively constant. The passengers quickly board the rafts and proceed down the river. The rapids were a solid Class 4 on a scale of 5 and provided passengers with lots of action. This is an exhilarating experience, and we were in for a rough ride. There were some calm spots along the river, but it wouldn't be long before another hair-raising rapid appeared. A few passengers didn't quite hang on tight enough and were thrown from the rafts. However, safety is a primary concern, and they were quickly pulled back into the boats. This raft trip was an exciting adventure and a great way to view some of Queensland's beautiful rainforests. Here's a look at some of the action. One of the little-known dangers of diving is dehydration. Compressed air is 100% moisture-free, and divers expel water while breathing. Sun and repeated diving can easily rob the body of precious fluids. Remember to drink lots of water both before and after diving to avoid dehydration. Over an 8-day period, we visited several great dive sites on both the Great Barrier Reef and the Coral Sea. This remarkable catamaran was very stable throughout the trip, and we glided through the rough seas with ease. Because of the remoteness of the area, the liveaboard must get its provisions from a supply barge. This was the only other vessel we saw all week long. With so many different types of marine life, we've endeavored to show a few of the more interesting species. There are countless other types of fish, coral, invertebrates, shellfish, and every creature imaginable. The only problem is trying to find enough time to see but a tiny fraction. Before we knew it, the trip wound down, and another great dive adventure was coming to a close. On our last night, the captain donned his apron, and we had an Aussie barbecue. This is what an Australian dive adventure is all about.
The exploratory trip is a brand new itinerary designed for the adventurous diver that really wants to go where people haven't been before, to fin where it hasn't been finned. What we do, we fly the divers 350 miles north of Cairns to an Aboriginal community called Lockhart River. And from there we actually go up past Cape York and we end up closer to New Guinea than Australia. So it's brand new. I'm about to do it for the first time. But I was speaking to some of the officers one of the recent trips, and they saw a lot of sharks, manta rays, and from all accounts it's really exciting diving.
To really experience diving at its best and get some unique sights underwater, the exploratory trip up to northern Queensland really shows you some things that you're not going to see on the other trips. It was wonderful underwater.
Accommodations for our crew are supplied by the beautiful Cairns Hilton. This superb 5-star facility is conveniently located in Queensland's gateway to the Great Barrier Reef, Cairns. Lovely rooms and suites complement a finely decorated hotel.
That just about wraps up our show for today. Be sure and think about Australia and the Great Barrier Reef when booking your next travel destination. Remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting activity, so don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next time, and until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to Sport Diver. Today we're going to visit the renowned Big Island of Hawaii. We'll travel the length of the Kona coast on the liveaboard dive vessel Kona Aggressor. We'll also show you remarkable encounters with humpback whales, giant manta rays, and moray eels. Later we'll also explore deep lava tubes and caverns formed by the island's volcanic activity. And finally, we'll take you on a topside tour of this magnificent island. We have a great show today, so stay with us.
The Hawaiian Islands lie in the Central Pacific, 2,000 miles from the nearest major landmass. The Big Island of Hawaii is the largest and southernmost island of the group. Over 70 million years ago, active volcanoes far beneath the surface of the ocean began spewing lava into the sea. 43 million years later, the lava reached 18,000 feet upward to form what is known today as the Hawaiian Archipelago. This process continues today, and on the Big Island of Hawaii, lava still flows towards the sea, cooling and hardening both above and below the water. Kauai is the oldest of the islands, dominated by extinct ancient volcanoes over 5 million years old. The Big Island is the youngest of the chain, still very active after breaking the surface only 1 million years ago. Appropriately named, the Big Island is by far the largest island of the Hawaiian chain. Also called Hawaii, it was so named to distinguish it from the other islands of the region. These are the most isolated islands in the world. As a result, the evolution of animal and plant life above the water has been greatly restricted. Most species were brought here by man. Marine animals had to migrate by ocean current, and the habitat has benefited from a very unique evolution. Through interbreeding, Hawaiian reefs have produced a large number of endemic species. Approximately 30% of the fish are found nowhere else in the world. Over 450 different species thrive in the waters surrounding the islands. Lacking the usual soft corals of the rest of the tropical Pacific, Hawaii more than makes up for their absence in spectacular underwater geology. Beneath the surface, there is a dramatic, starkly beautiful landscape of lava tunnels, caves, and tubes. The tunnels and caverns are a legacy of the island's volcanic history. They were formed through the continuous lava flow, which cooled and hardened as it struck the shoreline. Because the islands are the exposed tops of a submerged mountain range, vertical slopes descend far into the sea. Divers can explore spectacular walls and ledges that surround most dive sites. One of the most interesting features of the region are the large pelagic creatures that frequent the clear waters of the archipelago. Several species of whales, dolphins, sharks, and turtles roam the deep waters offshore. In the winter months, humpback whales are a frequent sight along the coast. Surfacing with their newborn calves, humpbacks provide visitors with a thrilling encounter. The telltale spouts from their blowholes can be seen from a great distance. We'll show you more of these remarkable giants later in the show. But first, here's a look at our dive destination this week, the Big Island of Hawaii. We began our journey in Honolulu, where we boarded a short flight to the Kona coast of Hawaii. Kona is the visitor center of the island and home to most of the island's hotels and tourist development. Because of the island's tall volcanic range, the prevailing northerly winds are prevented from touching the western coast. This creates calm, clear weather for most of the year. Much of the rainfall occurs on the windward coasts in the northern and eastern sections of the island. There is said to be 13 climatic regions on Earth, and the Big Island has all but 2, the Arctic and the Saharan. To say that the island's topography and climate is diverse would be an understatement. The islands have a fascinating history. Because of their isolation, they were one of the last regions to be settled by the Polynesians. Missionaries didn't arrive until 1821, and little is known about the native peoples as there was no written language or alphabet. Today, the Big Island of Hawaii is a renowned vacation destination for adventurers and sunseekers. Surfers, golfers, and even hikers flock here to take advantage of the island's many attractions. Our dive destination this week is the Kona coast of the big island of Hawaii. We traveled through the region with the liveaboard dive vessel Kona Aggressor II, an 80-foot all-aluminum catamaran. Our host and owner was Joe Uzabelli of Live Dive Pacific. This beautiful vessel was capable of a cruising speed of 21 knots, making many distant dive sites available along the magnificent Kona coast. Very well appointed, the Kona Aggressor has 5 luxury staterooms with a capacity for 10 guests. Each stateroom has queen-sized and single bunks with individual showers and heads. A 28-foot sun deck features a large hot tub, barbecue, and 10-seat dining bar. The main salon houses a state-of-the-art entertainment center and dining room. Home-cooked meals are first-rate, and even though we had lots of exercise during the week, we still managed to gain some weight. Divers can look forward to a spacious dive deck with individual lockers, 2 entry platforms, and a large camera table. The Kona Aggressor is a wonderful vessel with many fine amenities. Because most dive operators on Hawaii offer only day trips, the only way to reach the more remote sites is by liveaboard dive vessel. Towards the southern end of the island, the dive sites are less disturbed and more pristine. Very few divers get a chance to visit this remote region. Traveling southward, the remains of recent lava flows are visible as rivers of black lava rock descending towards the sea. Underneath the surface, newly formed coral structures and rocky outcroppings frame a picturesque landscape of volcanic activity. Because large coral formations take thousands of years to develop, Hawaii's reefs are relatively new. Here, schools of colorful fish compete for space in a thriving ecosystem. The varied terrain is also home to several different species of moray eel. Hawaii has over a dozen species of this unique fish. Roaming over the reefs at night and sometimes during the day, the eel is a voracious feeder. With poor eyesight, the moray relies more on its sense of smell to find food. In order to attract the hungry fish, we baited a coral head with pieces of fish. Before long, a couple of large morays cleaned out our container. Moray eels are only a few of the many fascinating marine animals of the Hawaiian Islands. When we return, we will show you a remarkable encounter with 3 large manta rays at night. We'll also visit with humpback whales, so stay with us. One of the most interesting dives this week occurred just offshore of the Kona Surf Hotel. At night, the hotel shines powerful lights out into the bay, which attracts microscopic plankton. When there is little or no moon, the plankton congregate near the surface. This attracts one of Hawaii's largest pelagics, the giant manta ray. When the conditions are right, these magnificent creatures make an appearance. The plankton is their main source of food, and the lights act as a sort of dinner bell. Local dive operators offer trips to the site, but there is no guarantee that the mantas will show up. In order to increase our chances of an encounter, our liveaboard made use of a powerful set of their own lights. Lowered into the water, the lights are turned on and the waiting game begins. Unfortunately, on this night, the mantas did not show up right away. For several hours, a watch was held for the large fish.
We've gone to a place called the Manta Ray Village, which is a spot off of one of the hotels where manta rays are known to congregate. And we waited for them to show up at night. We were shining lights in the water, and they didn't show up. I happened to get up real early in the morning, about 5 a.m., and I wandered toward the back of the boat, and there were these manta rays in the water doing somersaults as they ate the plankton. They were attracted to the light. So we immediately woke everyone up, and everyone got in the water. And these manta rays, there were 3 of them eventually showed up, and they got even close enough to touch as they went by. Marvelous creatures, and quite an exciting part of the diving for me.
The divers geared up and quietly slipped into the water. a single large manta ray was performing acrobatic loops in front of the lights. Like a barnstorming plane, the manta can turn completely upside down to maximize its intake of food. Their large mouths remain open, scooping in the swarming plankton. Their graceful dance almost appears in slow motion as they fly like birds. This was one of the most unique displays we had ever witnessed. On this night, we were lucky to encounter not just one, but 3 mantas. After about a half an hour, a second ray appeared, and a few minutes later, a third. Before long, all 3 were performing their acrobatic displays. Even our captain couldn't resist the action and decided to snorkel with the mantas. Mantas are part of the family of fish that include sharks. They are distinct from all bony fishes because their skeletons are made of cartilage instead of bone. They are large, docile creatures, sometimes reaching widths of over 12 feet. In the Atlantic, the giant manta can attain a width of over 22 feet. They are not a threat to man, as they do not have the characteristic venomous spine of their smaller cousins, the stingray. A short distance from Kona, we visited the Captain Cook Monument. This is reported to be the spot where Captain Cook was killed in a battle with angry natives in 1779. Breaking local taboos and traditions, Cook was killed in a fight over a stolen boat. The area is now a protected marine park, and as a result, the bay abounds with schools of tame tropical fish. This is a great spot for snorkelers, as the water is very clear and shallow with beautiful coral reefs. Upon entry, snorkelers and divers are swarmed by large schools of sturgeons, chub, and other hungry fish. We traveled to the Big Island in the middle of winter. While cruising southward along the Kona coast, we encountered dozens of humpback whales on their winter migration. The whales migrate to warmer climates in the winter months to breed and rear their calves. They are found worldwide, with open ocean migrations from cold feeding grounds to tropical regions like the Hawaiian Islands. Several times during the week, our captain slowed and stopped the boat so as not to interfere with the whale's path. Harassing the whales is a highly illegal activity, and divers do not normally get a chance to see them underwater. However, with some luck, a fortunate snorkeler or diver may be approached by a curious calf. These magnificent creatures can reach lengths of over 50 feet with a weight of 40 tons. Traveling in small groups, the mother and calf are sometimes accompanied by a male escort. In the distance, we spotted a couple of calves displaying their newly learned breaching and tail-slapping techniques. Several other species of whales frequent Hawaiian waters year-round, including sperm, pilot, beaked, and melon-headed whales. There are many differences between whales and fish. Whales are warm-blooded, give birth to live young, and breathe air. Their tail is positioned horizontally, unlike fish's tails, which are vertical. With relentless hunting over the past few centuries, many whales were brought to the verge of extinction. However, most countries have banned whaling, and some species have staged a remarkable comeback. Spotting a whale underwater is perhaps the single most exciting encounter a diver or snorkeler can have. Last but not least, divers may get a chance to see another large creature, the whale shark. They are not a whale at all, but rather a very big fish. The whale shark is the largest fish in the sea. Some of our favorite diving this week occurred at night. Because of the remoteness of some of the dive sites, many of the fish were not used to a diver's presence. In turn, many fish were very hard to approach during the day. At night, most of the reef's residents are asleep, and divers were able to make a close approach. Only at night can you truly appreciate the stunning colors of Hawaii's reef fish. The artificial light of the camera highlights the many colors and hues of the slumbering fish. We discovered many species on these dives, including the pufferfish. The striped belly and porcupine pufferfish almost look like puppets with their large glassy eyes. A slipper lobster crawled along the bottom trying to escape the light. Hawaii has several different species, including the tasty spiny lobster. We also discovered a vibrantly colored nudibranch. In the open water, the tiny invertebrate swam more like a fish than a snail. Whether at night or during the day, Hawaii's fish life is remarkable. With so many unique species found only here, the islands can be considered one of the Pacific's best dive destinations. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week. Near the end of our week's diving, we visited several large lava tubes. Created thousands of years ago by cooling lava flows, these caverns are fascinating places to explore. Inside the caverns, the darkness of night prevails, and divers need an artificial light source. Invertebrates and fish normally seen only at night on the reef can be found during the day in the lava tubes. Hundreds of tiny shrimp climb around the walls of the cave. They are often beautifully colored and patterned. A number of species of cleaning shrimp feed by removing parasites and debris from fish like this large conger eel. Although normally secretive, larger shrimp come out into the open cave to feed in the constant darkness. The largest resident of the cave is the white-tipped reef shark. These sleek fish come into the caves during the day to rest. They are named for their white-tipped fins and tail. This particular specimen had the misfortune of being hooked by a fisherman.
Diving on the Kona coast is a really good introduction to Pacific diving, especially for those who have only been diving in the Caribbean. There's such a wealth of fish life, different species and varieties. One of the unique things about diving in Hawaii is the opportunity to see all the endemic fish, species that are found only in Hawaii. I think it's something like 30% of the fish species are found only here. For example, there are a couple dozen kinds of butterfly fish. One of the most interesting features of Hawaii underwater is the topography. The volcanic landscape above the water is matched by the canyons and cliffs underwater, many of which are at very shallow depths, so they're very easily accessible. Overall, this has been a wonderful week of diving for us. We've seen manta rays underwater. We've seen zillions of fish. When the boat's been traveling, we've seen whales and dolphins doing their thing in the water. It's been just a wonderful time.
When entering a cavern or lava tube with a closed overhead environment, divers should stay within sight of visible light. Never dive into lava tubes at night because it is very easy to lose your way. Divers should also carry a powerful flashlight with a backup when exploring caverns. To dive in a true underwater cave, divers need to take a specialty diving course with emphasis on safety lines and other techniques. As another great week of diving came to a close, we were blessed with a great sunset. We very much enjoyed our stay on the Big Island, and especially enjoyed our liveaboard trip. With great topside attractions and excellent diving and snorkeling, Hawaii really has a lot to offer.
That just about wraps up our show for today. For a great introduction to Pacific diving with plenty of exciting encounters, consider the Big Island of Hawaii for your next destination. And remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport. So don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next time, and until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to Sport Diver. Today we're going to visit one of the most beautiful places on Earth, the Hawaiian island of Kauai. We'll show you remarkable encounters with green sea turtles, spinner dolphins, and Hawaiian monk seals. We'll also look at a unique ceremony launching the Post Office's Wonders of the Sea commemorative stamp collection. Later in the program, we'll show you how fun and easy it is to dive with a PADI Discover Scuba or open water diving course. And finally, we'll take you on a spectacular aerial tour of beautiful Kauai. We have a great show today, so stay with us.
The Hawaiian Islands lie in the central Pacific, 2,000 miles from the nearest major landmass. Kauai is the most northerly and westerly of the larger Hawaiian Islands. Kauai was summoned from the ocean in a volcanic uprising over 6 million years ago. It is by far the oldest of the main Hawaiian Islands, with ancient volcanoes long since extinct. The Garden Isle is a tropical paradise, blessed with a mild climate, white sand beaches, and waterfall-etched mountains. Water is what Kauai is all about. In fact, scientists claim that the central mountain of Waialeale is the wettest spot on Earth. Almost 500 inches of water per year can fall in the higher elevations. For a relatively small island, Kauai has several navigable rivers. They flow out towards the ocean from the wet mountains. Waterfalls are everywhere, and almost every stream and waterway has at least one picturesque set of falls. As a result of the island's isolation and climate, the landscape abounds in lush, natural vegetation. Kauai has the largest percentage of endemic plants in the world. Kauai has shown her many faces to cameras and audiences around the world in movies like South Pacific, Raiders of the Lost Ark, King Kong, and most recently, Jurassic Park. Her diversity is truly astounding. The famed Napali Coast lures hikers from around the world. Here it's hard to imagine a more impressive scenic view. The Grand Canyon of the Pacific, as Mark Twain described Waimea Canyon, also offers breathtaking scenery. The canyon's sheer walls rise thousands of feet, affording visitors a magnificent vista. There are many ways to view Kauai's natural wonders, including boat or zodiac tours, horseback trail rides, and perhaps best of all, by air. We had the good fortune of getting a bird's-eye view of the island with a helicopter tour. This scenic flight was the ride of a lifetime. We'll show you more of Kauai's scenery by air later in the program. But first, here's a look at why we came to the island in the first place, the scuba diving. To see only Kauai's topside attractions would be to miss half the island's best scenery. Under the surface, clear blue waters swarm with the activity of over 450 different species of fish. The stunning topography of the island continues unabated under the water. Canyons, lava tubes, and vast coral reefs frame a picturesque marine landscape. Most diving occurs on the southern coast, out of the way of winter winds and surf. At Port Allen, we boarded our dive vessel from the Dive Kauai Scuba Center. Our host was owner-operator Michael Goff.
Well, divers, here we are. We're at Sheraton Caverns. Sheraton Caverns is the dive site where we have the 3 lava tubes that came together. Parts of the tube collapsed out and created archways. As we swim under the archways, you'll notice that a lot of the fish just congregate right underneath the archways. We also have a lot of turtles here, both male and female.
At the Sheraton Caverns, we did indeed find one of the island's favorite reef residents, the green sea turtle. We actually found almost a dozen of the graceful creatures resting after feeding on seagrass and algae. Kauai is one of the few places on Earth where this threatened turtle can still be found in large numbers. The sheltered caverns of the southern coast act as temporary homes to the sleepy reptiles. These amazing creatures have roamed the seas for over 150 million years, inhabiting all but the coldest of oceans. So ponderous on land, they swim in the waters off every continent except Antarctica. Like mammals, sea turtles must return to the surface periodically to breathe. They can hold their breath for almost an hour, and turtles actually sleep underwater. In order to reach sizes like this, the sea turtle has to overcome tremendous odds. Each newborn has less than a 1% chance of surviving long enough to reproduce. Once abundant, all 8 species of sea turtles are now threatened or endangered, pushed towards extinction by the indifference of man. One day's turtle had been gravely injured, probably from the propeller of a boat. Its tough shell battered and cracked, this turtle was barely able to swim. Aggressive breeding programs and designated sanctuaries are helping to slow down declines in turtle population. There is reason to be optimistic because the sea turtle does well in captivity. They lay large clutches of eggs and the young are easily reared in tanks. Once released to the ocean, the young turtles still need to overcome predators, fishing nets, boats, pollution, and declining habitat. With more awareness and a little help from man, these wonderful creatures may be able to make a comeback. At the Sheraton Caverns in Kauai, we also saw several colorful examples of Hawaii's reef fish. Endemic species like the lemon or millet seed butterfly fish are only found in Hawaii's waters. Along with other butterfly fish and black durgeons, the millet seeds feed on anything from tiny plankton to small invertebrates. Blue-striped snappers follow divers in hopes of handouts of food. This species was introduced to Hawaii from French Polynesia in 1956. They are primarily nocturnal, feeding on small crustaceans. While searching for turtles at the caverns, our cameraman looked up and spotted a pod of spinner dolphins. These beautiful mammals travel around the coastal regions of the Hawaiian Islands year-round. They are intensely curious animals and very playful. Dolphins are acrobatic and move like jet fighters, darting and rolling, almost always in a state of play. The spinner dolphin moves in large groups, sometimes over 100 strong. They are the most common dolphin in Hawaiian waters. They remain one of Kauai's most exciting marine encounters. When we return, we'll visit with more marine life of Kauai, including the endangered Hawaiian monk seal. We'll also show you the unveiling of a unique series of postage stamps, so stay with us. Of all Kauai's marine animals, the Hawaiian monk seal is perhaps the most in danger of extinction. It is estimated that there are approximately 500 of these graceful creatures left in Hawaiian waters. Virtually unchanged in 15 million years, these living fossils may not survive into the next century. Their only real predator is the shark, but man is by far the greatest threat to their survival. Extremely shy, the seal's breeding habits are easily disturbed. Only 150 to 175 pups are born each year. Sparsely distributed, the mammal ranges from Kauai to Niihau to more northern atolls and tiny islands over 1,200 miles away. In deeper waters, we discovered large trees of rare black coral. Highly prized for jewelry and carvings, polished black coral is very valuable. Our dive master swore us to secrecy to keep the site free from harvesters. Many other species of fish, invertebrates, and mammals thrive in the warm, clear waters surrounding Kauai. Bicolored anthias are a beautiful fish which prefers deep current-swept waters of 70 feet or deeper. Filefish are a unique species which can change their color pattern to match their surroundings. This scrawled filefish is one of the largest fish of the Hawaiian Reef, reaching a length of over 2 feet. The convict tang is one of the many endemic species of the islands. Found only here, this tang is a subspecies of the surgeonfish. This striking fish is a juvenile yellowtail wrasse. Only 3 inches long, this wrasse will soon change color and grow to over 12 inches as an adult. With so many different types of fish, we were barely able to scratch the surface. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week. In October 1994, the U.S. Postal Service announced the unveiling of a new commemorative set of stamps called the Wonders of the Sea. What was so unique about this event was that it took place underwater. With the help of the Professional Association of Diving Instructors, the Postal Service unveiled the stamps in 80 feet of water. The event was the most elaborate ever staged, and divers canceled the first set of stamps. The stamps celebrate the many different animals of the sea and are the first stamps to feature scuba diving. Over 225 million were printed, far more than the usual issue for a commemorative event. They come in a group of 4 29-cent stamps. The media were shuttled around the site in an Atlantis submarine. From the sub, reporters had a fisheye view of the ceremony.
One of the reasons we're so excited about the issuance of the Wonders of the Seas commemorative stamps is that it'll communicate the beauty of the underwater world to millions of people who might not otherwise understand just what is there beneath the surface of the sea.
The stamps went on sale on October 4th, 1994, kicking off National Stamp Collecting Month. Many divers are acutely aware of the dangers of diving too deep for too long. Getting the bends is a very serious condition. Flying directly after diving is not recommended, as the change in altitude greatly increases the chance of getting decompression sickness. What many divers may not realize is that any major altitude change can cause this ailment. Because elevations in scenic areas can reach several thousand feet, it's definitely not a good idea to go sightseeing after diving. Islands like Kauai offer spectacular scenery. Just make sure that you stay close to sea level right after diving. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to try scuba diving? It's a surprisingly safe, enjoyable, and easy activity to learn. Many people may be intimidated by a lengthy certification course that can take several weeks. A great way to try diving with only a few hours instruction is to take an introductory Discover Scuba course. Offered by PADI, the Professional Association of Diving Instructors, this program allows students the chance to experience the underwater world with a minimum of instruction. It also allows you to see if diving really is for you without committing to a more lengthy course. If the experience proves rewarding, you can then proceed on to the open water certification with the knowledge that you've already given it a try. Instructors brief students before the first shore dive.
Some concerns, okay? If you feel discomfort during descent, okay, stop, signal. I'm going to teach you a bunch of signals, but this is one of our discomfort signals. And just point to your ears, okay? What we'll do is I'll come up to you, we'll ascend a few feet, and we'll attempt to equalize again. We'll release some of that pressure.
Under the water, instructors stay close and guide the new divers through a calm, shallow dive site. With a dive or two under their belt, many people who try the Discover Scuba program then proceed on to the open water certification. With pool and classroom instruction, the open water course takes anywhere from a few days to a few weeks, depending on how intensive the classes are. We tagged along with a group of new divers on their first open water dive.
Well, I'm getting into diving because I've always wanted to do it. I think it looks like it would be a lot of fun. I have a friend and a brother that both dive, and they're very excited about it, so I thought I would try it. That way we could all do it together.
In the open water for the first time, students practice a number of skills. Masks can sometimes fall off, and this technique teaches divers how to clear the water from the mask. Another skill that is taught is basic navigation. Compass use helps divers to find their way along the bottom. After the skills are practiced, divers and their buddies are allowed to venture out to explore the reef.
The process of open water certification is very well laid out. You go through a series of steps that takes you from classroom to videos and then finally into the water. And I think just about anybody of reasonable health could do this. I just did my first open water dive, and nothing I could have read or seen before on television could have prepared me for this experience. I just finished my open water certification today, and the process was easy. And I must say that the process met all of my expectations, and actually it surpassed my expectations. The training was excellent, and to be underwater was really fantastic.
If you would like to give diving a try, contact your local PADI Dive Center for details. There are many ways to explore the lovely island of Kauai. Trail rides on horseback are an exciting alternative to motoring in a car. Walking and hiking are also highly recommended when visiting this beautiful island. There is perhaps no better way to explore this island than by air. Hovering over the jagged peaks, one cannot help but be awed by the pristine scenery of the island. Kauai is one of the least developed islands in the chain, and much of the terrain remains untouched. It's easy to see why Kauai has such a great reputation for scenery when you can view the island by air. Helicopters allow visitors to explore Kauai in great detail. They can stop, hover, reverse directions, and approach the ground much more closely than an airplane. We traveled this week with Ohana Helicopter Tours. These impressive jet turbine aircraft are specially designed for passenger tours with panoramic views and customized audio entertainment. From the landing pad at the island's main airport, we headed west along the coast and north towards the Grand Canyon of the Pacific, Waimea Canyon. Rugged Waimea looks much like its famous cousin in Arizona. It's hard to imagine that you are in the South Pacific when hovering over these ancient gorges. From Waimea Canyon, we headed even further north towards the famed Napali coast. Breaking through the last of the interior mountains, the breathtaking vistas of the coast magically appear. This is, without question, the most beautiful place we have ever visited. Napali is simply magnificent, and a helicopter is the only way to truly appreciate the scale of these coastal mountains. Waterfalls are a favorite stopover for the aircraft, and we even had a chance to view falls made famous in Fantasy Island and other television programs and motion pictures. The steep walls of Mount Wailea, the wettest spot on Earth, are one of the last stops of the trip. For an unparalleled view of one of the world's most scenic paradises, consider a helicopter tour on your next visit. As another great week of diving and exploring came to an end, we regretted that we had to return to a cold Canadian winter. Kauai is a stunning island, both above and below the water. For great Pacific diving and unparalleled scenery, consider this beautiful spot for your next travel destination. Our accommodations this week were supplied by the beautiful Kauai Resort. This lovely facility is conveniently located near the airport on the southern coast of the island. Nicely appointed rooms are complemented by a stunning garden. The beautiful pool and spa overlooks the ocean. And look for one of the hotel's tame peacocks which roam about the grounds. Consider the Kauai Resort Hotel when visiting this beautiful island.
That just about wraps up our show for today. Be sure and think about the Hawaiian Islands and Kauai when planning your next trip. And don't forget to try an aerial tour of the island. Remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport, so don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next time, and until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to Sport Diver. Today we're going to travel to Central Florida for some fascinating freshwater diving. We'll visit renowned Jenny Springs for some cave and cavern diving. Later in the show, we'll visit the Living Seas exhibit at Epcot Center in Disney World. We'll also show you a remarkable encounter with the manatee. We have a great show today, so stay with us.
Most of Florida's freshwater springs are located in the northern and central regions of the state. The springs stretch from Pensacola on the western panhandle to Orlando in the central interior. Underneath the picturesque landscapes of northern Florida flows a mysterious world of cool, fresh water. This hidden realm pulses and flows just beneath the surface. In places, the springs are clustered on the banks of rivers, and in others, they stand alone, natural reservoirs in the woods. Wherever you find springs, you're sure to find divers. More than 50,000 divers visit the springs each year, as many as a popular tropical destination, and exceeded in the state only by the numbers that visit the Florida Keys. The water comes from a vast network of underground rivers that weave like a tapestry in Florida's extensive bed of limestone. The rivers are replenished by rainwater that trickles through the porous rock until it is distilled to perfection. The aquifer is a moving reservoir of crystal pure water. Springs are formed when groundwater breaks to the surface through a weakness in the bedrock. As the aquifer is recharged with new water, pressure builds to the point where something has to give. The water works its way through cracks and fissures and explodes above the ground into artesian springs. The overflow is channeled into surface streams called runs that work their way along a path of least resistance to a nearby river. Some of these rivers are so large that they become navigable waterways. Millions and millions of gallons of water are pumped through the Florida springs each day. In fact, 25% of the country's largest freshwater springs are located in this state. Each spring in the state's northern and central woodlands is a unique creation with its own character and mystique. Their common bond is cool, clear, fresh water. This is what attracts thousands of divers and other visitors every year. The magnet for these underwater adventurers is exploration. With visibility as clear as the air above, the springs are a refreshing change from muddy lakes and rivers. They also have many advantages over ocean and reef diving. Forget the crowded dive boat. You can take your time and gear up on platforms or picnic tables with all the space you want. You can also forget the agony of motion sickness because there are no waves or swells. Even in the roughest of weather, these springs remain calm and comfortable. Snorkelers can also make use of the springs, and they are wonderful places for free diving. In some springs, there are as many resident fish as there are in a thriving coral reef. Several freshwater species inhabit Florida springs, and like their coral reef counterparts, they eagerly accept handouts of food. Our first dive destination this week is Ginnie Springs. Located in north-central Florida, Ginnie is the most popular spring diving center in the state.
People come to Ginnie Springs for the extremely clear water we have in the springs. We have 400-foot visibility. We also have extremely nice camping here. We have 200 acres of wilderness camping. Well, right now we have probably about 40,000 divers a year come to Ginnie Springs. We're the #1 dive destination in the state of Florida. We also have been voted the #1 freshwater dive in the United States of America by scuba divers. We have 9 springs on the property. We have 2.5 miles of river that we can also dive in. We had Jacques Cousteau came here many years ago and said that he never saw water as clear as what was here at Ginnie Springs. People just really enjoy the country and the clean air and the clean water.
There are 2 main types of diving in Florida springs. The first, cavern diving, is the practice of submerging into pools and caverns where a visible exit is lit with sunlight from above. True cave diving is a completely different sport. Divers use extensive training and equipment to explore deeper into the springs. Visible light from above disappears, and divers explore deep into the earth with a fixed roof overhead. Unfortunately, a widespread misconception about spring diving has lingered for many years. Some divers and instructors still associate springs with danger. In reality, this type of diving offers the safest diving imaginable. The pools have no current or great depth and are unaffected by sudden weather changes. The reputation of danger comes from a handful of deaths that occur yearly when divers stray from the pools into the caves that feed them. This is where the distinction between cave and cavern diving becomes evident. Cavern diving is the exploration of springs where an exit remains in sight because of visible overhead light. Cave diving is a specialized type of diving where there is no visible light and there is a closed overhead environment.
Cave diving in crystal clear water is like floating. You want to be an astronaut? Well, you may never get the chance to be an astronaut. So floating in a crystal clear cave is about as close as I can become to becoming an astronaut. Well, for me, it's more of the exploration. I'm really suffering from the Star Trek syndrome. I want to go where no one has gone before.
Every year, a few inexperienced divers and instructors drown in Florida caves. These deadly situations occur when divers lose their way and they cannot find the exit out of a water-filled cave. Thanks to cave diving courses and the efforts of cave divers to erect warnings in dangerous places, accidents are in decline. The main danger to cave divers is running out of air. In open water, divers can make an emergency ascent to the surface if they run out of air. In caves, escape is not simply up, but rather an exact retracing of the route taken during the swim into the cave. The safest way to find your way out of a cave is to use a retractable line. Divers tie a strong cord at the entrance and string the line into the cave. To find their way out, they simply have to follow the line back to the exit. With the overhead environment of a dark cave, divers can easily get disoriented. They are subject to the same depth restrictions as in open water, and this can also be a problem. It's easy to get distracted and dive too deep. With the inherent hazards of cave diving, there is a wide selection of specialized equipment needed to dive safely. Large double tanks greatly increase the air available to a diver. Cave divers sometimes spend several hours exploring extensive cave systems. Not only do they need larger tanks, they also need heavy wetsuits or dry suits. Even though the water is relatively warm, the long durations underwater facilitate the need for better insulation. Problems can also occur if an artificial light source breaks down. Powerful lights and backup systems are needed to illuminate extensive caves and passageways. Safety is a great concern of dive operators at the springs, and signs are posted both above and below the water. In some areas, dangerous passages are blocked by steel cages. When we return, we'll show you how cave and cavern divers are trained with special equipment and techniques. We'll also visit one of the region's rivers for an encounter with the rare West Indian manatee. So stay with us.
The big difference between cave diving and open water diving and just cavern diving is the equipment. Once you venture beyond the daylight zone of an overhead environment, then everything is compounded. 2 regulators, a primary regulator, and the octopus is put on a second regulator. Lights are needed, 2 backup lights minimum, and then a large canister light for primary lighting inside the cave. Reels are also needed. They can be attached like right here, jump reels for going to various places off the main line, and then a primary reel to get you to the main line inside a cave. All this is the extra equipment. With the twin cylinders like this, these are steel 104s, which will offer me over 200 cubic foot of gas for the dive. Large BC for supporting the tanks, and a harness system instead of open water BC to act as a mounting platform for additional tanks and other things that we may be using on the dive.
Of all diving specialties, cave diving is one of the sport's most challenging activities. In order to avoid dangerous situations, divers must become proficient in a number of areas. Most importantly, divers need to find their way out of caves. Starting on land, trainees are shown how to string line. Simulating the passages of caves, the cord is stretched around objects above the water. Once tied, divers are trained to follow the line with their eyes covered. Battery-powered lights can break down, and caves are sometimes silted to the point where there is no way to see. Divers must be able to find their way along a line without the use of their sight. Under the water, the drills are repeated in the open springs. Tied to a log or rock, the line is the most important tool a diver can use. These drills are practiced with buddy teams over and over until perfected. Inching along the line without sight, it's easy to see how difficult cave diving can really be. A blacked-out mask simulates the dark interior of a cave. Some developed cave systems offer permanent lines throughout the more popular dive sites. Regardless of the permanent cables, divers are encouraged to use their own personal lines. With proper training, cave diving can be a safe, fascinating way to explore underwater springs. In a time when change is rapidly altering the world's fragile underwater ecosystem, the springs remain virtually intact. Today, the spectacular sights are more accessible and easier to dive than ever before. These treasures in the forest are well worth a visit, and we highly recommend Florida spring diving. A short distance from spring country, we visited the Crystal River. Many of Florida's springs empty into large rivers such as the Santa Fe, Suwannee, and Crystal. These rivers are home to one of the most interesting marine mammals in the world, the manatee. The West Indian manatee, or sea cow, is a large plant-eating mammal that can be found in the shallow coastal waters, rivers, and springs of Florida. They are large, seal-shaped mammals with flat, rounded tails. Adults can reach a length of almost 13 feet. The weight of some specimens has been recorded at over 3,500 pounds. The West Indian manatee, although rare, has a wide distribution. They can be found throughout the Caribbean, the northern coast of South America, eastern Central America, and Florida. They live in shallow, slow-moving rivers, saltwater bays, canals, and coastal areas, particularly where seagrass beds flourish. Remarkably, they can eat as much as 15% of their body weight in food each day. Manatees belong to the family of mammals called Sirenia, which also includes their Pacific cousin, the dugong. Their closest relative on land is the elephant. On the Crystal River, we boarded a guided expedition to find the manatee. Our host was Bill Astrike of Birds Underwater.
Guys, if you're looking around, you might see that nose pop up. They'll come up about every 3 minutes to take a breath. All you're going to see is that little bit of nose. You might hear an exhalation. It's back under. And if they're sleeping, they can stay down for like 10 to 15 minutes at a time. I've seen people swim right over the top of sleeping manatees, and they go, all I'm seeing are these rocks. Of course, the rock comes up to take a breath, and that's pretty exciting. The main attraction here in Crystal River seems to be the manatees. People come from all over the world to see them. In the wintering months, starting in October, they'll start leaving in March. We'll get close to 300 manatees, sometimes even over 300 manatees in the bay. The manatee is a large marine mammal. Somewhere around, when at birth they're 75, 80 pounds. They can go up to 3,000 pounds. So it's a large, docile animal. When they're first born, you're looking at a gestation period of around 13 months. They'll nurse their young for close to 2 years. So that's a long amount of time between births. That's probably one good reason why they're endangered at this time. Their only known enemy, to my knowledge, is man.
It's always a great thrill to be in the water with large marine animals, and we've never seen a more friendly creature than the manatee. Snorkelers were able to gently touch the animals, and some of them actually like to be scratched. Manatees are plant eaters, and they are not usually fed by people. They simply enjoy the interaction and are very curious about cameras. Their nostrils close tightly like a valve when submerged. They surface to breathe every few minutes when active and every 10 to 15 minutes when resting. Unfortunately, the manatee is greatly threatened by man. Many animals we encountered had deep scars from boat propellers. Most of Florida's navigable rivers are lined with residential and commercial development, and the slow-moving manatee is no match for speeding boats. Pollution and destruction of their habitat are also threats, and the animals are now an endangered species throughout their range. In response to increased awareness of the manatee's plight, the government, universities, and conservation groups have joined together to protect the species. Sanctuaries are now common, and posted signs warn boaters of the manatee's presence. With a little luck and some help from man, the manatee may be able to make a comeback in Florida's coastal waters. If you are considering cave or cavern diving, there are a number of courses that are available to sport divers. Education is the key to safety with this type of specialty. 2 cave diving training organizations, the National Speleological Society, Cave Diving Section, and the National Association of Cave Divers, provide extensive training. Untrained divers should never dive out of sight of overhead light, and we highly recommend a thorough specialty course when considering this type of diving. When you think of Florida, one tourist attraction usually comes to mind: Disney World. Covering over 28,000 acres, Disney World is home to thousands of exhibits, rides, pavilions, and even a wilderness preserve. Opened in 1971, the theme park now employs over 33,000 people. In 1982, a new attraction opened its doors to the public: Epcot Center. Epcot stands for Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow. It houses several exhibits focusing on discovery and scientific achievements. One of these exhibits is The Living Seas. The Living Seas Pavilion covers over 4 acres, and an ocean environment aquarium covers more than 35,000 square feet. It stretches 203 feet in diameter, making it the largest coral reef facility in the world. The reef population numbers more than 3,500 inhabitants, representing 85 different species. The aquarium has an overall capacity of 6.5 million gallons of water. The windows of the aquarium are made of acrylic, which does not distort the images. What you see is the actual size of the corals and fish. Visitors can see the aquarium from a large open viewing area, and there's even a theme ride located below the main floor. Research focusing on the nutrition, swimming patterns, and general habits of the residents is ongoing and involves scientists and graduate students from around the world. Since its opening in 1986, the Living Seas exhibit has seen almost 40 million visitors. After only a few years of operation, it remains one of Epcot Center's premier attractions. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week. That just about wraps up our show for today. Be sure and think about Central Florida and its wonderful attractions when booking your next travel destination. And don't miss the Living Seas exhibit at Disney World. Remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport. So don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next time. And until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to Sport Diver. Today we're going to visit the beautiful Florida Keys. We'll dive in the Key Largo National Marine Sanctuary and visit the wreck of the Coast Guard cutter Duane. We'll also dive on the wreck of the Eagle, a freighter sunk as an artificial reef in 1985. Later in the show, we'll visit the world's only underwater hotel, the Jules Undersea Lodge. And finally, we'll show you how to become a professional diver. We have a great show today, so stay with us. The Florida Keys are located off the southeastern coast of the U.S. mainland. They are a string of islands and tiny keys stretching for almost 150 miles from the southern coast of Florida. Thousands of years ago, the Florida Keys were coral patch reefs, submerged in the tropical waters of the Caribbean Basin. Over time, the waters receded, and the reefs were exposed to wind and sun. The newly formed islands and keys became known as Las Maitires, and finally, the Florida Keys. The original Indian settlers were eventually replaced by the Spanish. The new colonists were dedicated to removing the riches of the New World and taking them back to Spain. Countless European and Spanish ships sank in these treacherous waters. Their wooden-hulled vessels were no match for the shallow reefs and jagged corals. To this day, treasures and artifacts of this fascinating era are still being discovered in the Florida Keys. Today, the area is renowned for its great scuba diving. Here, the warm currents of the Gulf Stream flow close to shore. A constant stream of clear blue water continually feeds and refreshes the reefs. The result is a year-round underwater wonderland for divers. The reefs are well stocked with lobster, game fish, sea fans, and corals. The most impressive feature of the Keys is the fish life. Massive schools of grunts, snappers, barracuda, and every fish imaginable greet visitors on every dive. Sheltered by Key Largo, the largest of the Keys, the northernmost section of the reef flourishes. Lush stands of elkhorn coral, large brain corals, and vibrant soft corals complement the fine assortment of fish and other marine animals. The Keys offer a number of attractions for divers, including several great shipwrecks. Many were sunk intentionally as artificial reefs and now provide divers with a breathtaking display of marine life. Later in the show, we'll dive on two of the Keys' best wrecks, the U.S. Coast Guard cutter, the Duane, and the Eagle, a 287-foot freighter. In the late 1950s, concerned citizens of the Keys recognized that this beautiful resource was threatened. The concept of an underwater park or sanctuary was unheard of at that time, but the idea gained momentum. In 1960, dedication ceremonies proclaimed the creation of the world's first underwater marine park, John Pennekamp Coral Reef State Park. By the mid-70s, the Supreme Court restricted the state's waters to a 3-mile limit offshore. This left the main reef system outside of Pennekamp Park unprotected from harmful development. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration declared the protection of these fringing reefs to be a high priority. The Key Largo National Marine Sanctuary was then created to further protect the rich reefs and waters of the region. In 1990, Congress passed an act designating the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. This park is now the largest marine preserve in the country and stretches from Miami all the way to the Dry Tortugas. Waters on either side of the Keys are included, encompassing the entire Florida Keys tropical marine ecosystem. As a result of this protection, the coral reefs and marine life of the Keys have been able to prosper, sheltered from the effects of anchoring and overfishing. A comprehensive mooring program was also established to reduce damage from carelessly placed anchors. These unique moorings are drilled directly into the limestone bottom, and a steel anchor pin is cemented into a large cement-filled hole. From the pin, a thick line holds a large white mooring buoy at the surface. Many visitors are surprised to find that there are no sandy beaches here. Instead, the island's shores are fringed by mangroves, thick bushes that are saltwater tolerant. The submerged roots are a nursery and breeding ground for most of the marine life that migrates to the reef. Mangroves trap and produce nutrients for food and habitat, stabilize the shoreline, and provide shelter for tiny marine animals. They also filter the water of pollutants. The first actual coral reefs occur at least a mile from the Keys. The larger Florida Reef fringes the edge of the continental shelf, 5 to 7 miles offshore. The most commonly dived areas are in the outer reefs. The reef-building corals form spurs and grooves, ridges and sand gullies that generally run towards the sea. This dynamic section of the reef, bathed by the Gulf Stream, provides an ideal habitat for marine organisms. The islands of the Caribbean are no match for the Keys in terms of the sheer abundance of fish life. The Florida Keys are not just merely a great dive destination, they also offer a wide variety of other water sports and recreation activities. Deep-sea fishing is very popular, but divers do not have to worry. Fishing activities are centered in the open sea, far outside the marine parks. Dolphin fish, barracuda, and snapper are excellent game fish, and trophy-sized specimens are pulled from the water every day. Charter boats are everywhere, and many offer hourly or daily excursions. Sailing is also a popular activity, and constant trade winds provide excellent conditions. Water sports of all kinds are readily available at the many fine resorts in the Keys. We were fortunate to try some parasailing. If you've never experienced this unique activity, you're in for a thrill. A few hundred feet in the air, all you can hear is the wind whistling through your chute. A power winch slowly allows the parasail to rise above the water. The Keys are also known for their wildlife, particularly seabirds and other waterfowl. Egrets and pelicans are a frequent sight along the docks and bays of Key Largo. Only a short drive from Miami, Key Largo and the other islands are all easily accessible by road. As a result, the Keys are the most popular dive destination in the world. When we return, we'll dive on two of the Keys' most popular shipwrecks, the Duane and the Eagle. We'll also take a look at the region's fascinating marine life, so stay with us. The most dramatic change in Florida Keys diving in recent years has been the introduction of a number of large ships sunk as artificial reefs. The first of these ships to be scuttled was the Eagle, Explosive charges, carefully placed, sent her to the bottom in December 1985. She now rests in 120 feet of water just offshore the reef line. Originally named the Aaron K., the ship was renamed the Eagle to honor her major sponsor. The 287-foot freighter now lies on her starboard side with her bow pointed inshore. The hull is perpendicular to the flow of the Gulf Stream, with the superstructure comfortably in the lee of the strong currents. Divers can easily explore the ship, sheltered and protected by the wreck itself. After less than a decade underwater, the ship shows remarkable coral growth. Bathed by the Gulf Stream, the waters here provide a bountiful feast of plankton and tiny organisms. Fish immediately move into wrecks like this one to take advantage of the ship's sheltering structure. On reefs, the fish are widely dispersed, but on shipwrecks, they concentrate in large numbers. The king of the artificial reef is the barracuda. These fearsome-looking predators can reach lengths of over 6 feet. They are very common and are found throughout most tropical seas. They have the unnerving habit of closely approaching divers. It appears to be only curiosity, as there are no reports of unprovoked attacks. They normally move away when closely approached. The great barracuda drifts around reefs and other habitats alone or in small groups. On the top side of the wreck, 2 large masts extend from the forward decks, and the ship's smokestacks, bridge, and superstructure are positioned toward the stern. A dive on the Eagle is an exhilarating experience. However, the wreck lies in deep, current-swept water. Only advanced or experienced divers should attempt diving on this site. Our second shipwreck this week is the U.S. Coast Guard cutter, the Duane. On Thanksgiving weekend in 1987, 2 magnificent ships, including a sister vessel, the Bib, were sunk 1 mile offshore of Molasses Reef. The dual sinking culminated a massive community effort to locate and sink large vessels as artificial reefs. The 50-year-old ships were both 327-foot cutters, decommissioned and purchased by the Keys for the artificial reef program. They were towed from Boston, cleaned of all contaminants, made safe for divers, and intentionally sunk as dive attractions. The Duane sits upright in 120 feet of water. Like the Eagle, the ship lies in deep water and is susceptible to strong currents. It is considered to be an advanced skill level dive site. Hatches were removed and holes were cut to allow divers to penetrate the wreck safely. Entering any wreck can be a scary experience for a novice diver, and we recommend caution. Groups of barracuda prowl around the ship looking for a meal. An American flag sways in the current almost as if it's in air. The wrecks of the Duane and Eagle were exciting additions to the wonderful coral reef diving of the Florida Keys. Between wreck dives, we explored several of the shallow reef sites of Key Largo. These finger reefs are home to an astonishing variety of schooling fish species. We discovered several Atlantic spadefish around a coral head. Their bodies resemble spades from a deck of playing cards. Snappers are very common and school in large numbers. They are medium-sized, oblong-shaped fish with triangular heads. They have large mouths and prominent canine teeth at the front of the jaw. Several different species inhabit the shallow reefs of the Keys, making them difficult to identify. Stingrays are also very common, and we spotted 2 different species. The yellow stingray is the smallest and rarely exceeds 15 inches in diameter. The southern stingray is considerably larger and can reach a width of almost 6 feet. A large green moray eel is an interesting sight. These scary-looking fish are usually quite harmless, but can bite if provoked. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week.
A little-known fact is that Key Largo is, in fact, the #1 dive destination in the world. And in fact, the Key Largo area and the marine sanctuary in Key Largo is visited by more divers annually than any other location. And it's amazing that we've been able to maintain the cleanliness of the reefs and the great health that we have here in the marine life within this marine sanctuary. Just 45 minutes away from Miami International Airport, which is a very convenient airport regardless of where you're coming from in the world, is Key Largo. In my opinion, Key Largo is a must for every diver's logbook. We have so much to offer, from the shallow reefs to the deep, exciting wrecks, such as the Dwayne and the Bid. I think that you owe it to yourself to make sure you make this an entry in your log as soon as possible.
On our show, we've profiled many exciting and unique types of diving. One thing we haven't experienced is spending the night underwater. Located in Key Largo, the Jules Undersea Lodge is the only submerged hotel in the world. A small emerald lagoon is home to this fascinating facility. Divers actually have to dive to get into the habitat. A small entry hole is the only access to the lodge. Lifestyles of the rich and famous described it as the most unique resort in the world. Comfortable accommodations are complemented by amenities commonly found in topside hotels. Outside the habitat, large fish swim about the steel structure. Several typical species of the Florida reefs live around the lodge and greet divers as they explore the lagoon. Inside, the lodge is climate-controlled and very comfortable. It is situated at a depth of less than 30 feet, and divers are not at risk of nitrogen saturation.
The lodge started out in life as a research habitat off the coast of Puerto Rico. We brought it here in about 1984 and refurbished it into the Jules Undersea Lodge, the world's first and only, to date, undersea lodge. It's as close as you can get to living in space as a man can go with his feet still planted on Earth. Whenever we have people in the habitat, there's someone here 24 hours a day who lives, eats, breathes, and sleeps here as a watch officer and monitors all of the power and the water and the air. And there are 4 or 5 means of communications with the habitat: private telephones, and AT&T, and a sound-powered phone and a radio. Not only is the habitat unique in all the world, but some of the activities that have happened here as a result of the habitat being here have been unique. We've met Pierre Trudeau, the ex-Prime Minister of Canada. Jean-Michel Cousteau has been here and spent the night. We've had pizzas delivered for those people who had an urge for a midnight snack, weddings and anniversaries. Over the years, we've had a lot of unique things, and some of them we probably don't want to mention on camera.
Diving is truly a fascinating experience. Many people may wonder what type of training is required to become a full-time or professional diver. There are several qualified diver colleges around the world that offer certification courses in varying specialty levels. Some community colleges offer commercial dive training in addition to regular curriculum activities. Other facilities are dedicated diving schools that teach only dive-related courses. Programs can cover entry-level courses through to dive instructor, as well as continuing education for the already certified instructor. The highest level of certification is course director. Many colleges follow the guidelines of the Professional Association of Dive Instructors, or PADI for short. One such facility is the Southeast Diving Institute, located in Fort Pierce, Florida.
Once you make the decision to become a diving professional, there are several ways that you can attain this. You can either take individual courses through your local PADI 5-star facility, or you can attend a professional facility. The latter will afford you to be able to take all the courses in one block, and therefore in the proximity of about 5 weeks be ready to enter the dive market as a diving instructor. As the sport continues to grow, the demand for quality diving instructors continues to grow as well. There is a continuous demand for professionals that are willing to go out and work with the public, who are safety conscious and who represent this industry in a professional fashion.
When purchasing dive gear, try to find an established dive shop that offers not only a good selection of equipment, but also service after the sale. A good set of dive gear can be expensive, so make sure that you choose the right equipment for you. Try everything on for size, and don't hesitate to ask questions. As another great week of diving came to a close, we were treated to fireworks in Key Largo on the 4th of July. The Florida Keys really do offer the best of all worlds for visiting divers. They are recognized as the island diving you can drive to. Easy access from Miami is only one of many reasons to visit this fascinating region. Accommodations this week were graciously supplied by the Marriott Key Largo Bay Beach Resort. This newly opened facility is casually elegant, with 1,500 feet of palm-fringed bayfront, beautiful rooms, and fine restaurants.
That just about wraps up our show for today. Be sure and think about the Florida Keys when booking your next travel destination. Their convenient location and excellent diving are an unbeatable combination. And remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport, so don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next time, and until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to this week's edition of Sport Diver. Today we're going to visit one of the most fascinating places on Earth, Egypt. We'll travel to Hurghada for a one-week live-aboard dive adventure aboard the Red Sea's MS No. 1. We'll also show you some of the wonderful topside attractions of this ancient land. So stay with us, and when we come back, Egypt.
Egypt is located in the northeast corner of the African continent. It is bordered on the north by the Mediterranean and on the east by the Red Sea. Egypt is blessed with an amazing array of ancient wonders. It's a pleasant surprise to find that the country also offers some of the world's best scuba diving. This tiny region has long been regarded as the cradle of human civilization. For over 50 centuries, the country has been home to the development of the Pharaonic, Christian, and Islamic cultures. It is a land where past and present meet in a dazzling kaleidoscope of antiquities and modern cities. Much of the country is covered in vast expanses of burning Saharan desert. One wonders how such terrain could have given birth to one of man's most awe-inspiring civilizations. The answer to most of Egypt's mysteries can be found with one solution: the Nile River. This mighty waterway carves its path from the heart of Africa all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. For more than 600 miles, narrow fields full of irrigated crops line the banks. The cloudless sky and hot sun nurture no fewer than 3 harvests a year. The country's major cities all depend on this essential river. Life in the crowded, dusty metropolis of Cairo centers on the massive waterway. Without the Nile, there would be no Egypt. A short distance towards the eastern coast of the country lies another important body of water, our dive destination this week, the Red Sea. 9 African and Middle Eastern countries border this vast, landlocked body of water. It separates Africa from the Middle East and the continent of Asia. It is an incredible contrast, miles of golden desert sand and drifting dunes, the mountains and valleys of eastern Egypt, and the vivid blues of the Red Sea. Beneath these sapphire waters lies a submerged oasis of incredibly rich and beautiful marine life. It's hard to imagine that this amazing ecosystem thrives so close to a barren desert. In only a few moments, you can be transported from harsh, windswept sands to an underwater wonderland teeming with colorful fish. The vibrant textures and hues of the Red Sea make most other tropical oceans seem dull by comparison. Ever since early exploration by Jacques Cousteau and Hans Haas, this underwater paradise has been a prime destination for serious divers. Other parts of the world may offer single, specific elements that attract dive enthusiasts. The Red Sea is one of only a handful of places that can offer everything for the adventurous diver. Beautifully preserved wrecks, sheer walls of fringing reefs, and abundant fish life prove that this region is a must for any serious diver. But before we show you more of these great sights, let's first take an in-depth look at Egypt above the water. The pyramids, the Sphinx, cavernous tombs, medieval fortresses, mosques, and monasteries are all here for the traveler to see and explore. The antiquities are so plentiful and varied that it would take years to even see a small fraction. Egypt has long been regarded as the crossroads of the world. For over 2,000 years after the great pharaohs, it was controlled by foreign powers. The Greeks, the Romans, the Turks, the French, and finally the British had all conquered this land at one time or another, and each power in turn has left something of its culture behind. A glimpse of a day in the life of Cairo revealed sights and sounds to be found nowhere else in the world.
Egypt is a land so rich in ancient treasures that it's impossible to see them all in one trip. There are, however, a few must-sees on any visit to this beautiful country. Perhaps the most spectacular are the pyramids at Giza.
These awe-inspiring wonders are located right on the edge of modern Cairo and also on the edge of the vast Saharan desert. Each is made from millions of massive stone blocks. With no doors or windows to give them scale, the forms seem deceptively small until you arrive at their base. The largest is the Great Pyramid of Cheops, which rises to a height of 450 feet. It is said that over 100,000 men labored more than 20 years to build this massive structure. Dating back almost 5,000 years, the Sphinx and the pyramids are the only survivors of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. You cannot help but think of life thousands of years ago, as noblemen and slaves lived and died in the surrounding desert. It's impossible not to feel a certain awe about a civilization that gave a pharaoh the status of a god. Egypt has always held an irresistible fascination for tourists, and it's not difficult to understand why. The countless attractions of the region are enough to make any traveler dream of at least one trip to Egypt in their lifetime. With all the country has to offer, it's easy to forget that diving is the reason we came here in the first place. When we return, we'll take you on a journey down the Egyptian coast to the famed Red Sea. So stay with us. The diving portion of our show this week is aboard the Red Sea's MS No. 1. This magnificent live-aboard vessel is the ultimate in comfort and convenience. The 20-passenger No. 1 can easily be described as a large, luxurious yacht. Constructed in Alexandria in 1992, this incredible vessel is a beautiful example of Egyptian craftsmanship. We began our trip this week in the seaside resort town of Hurghada. Before long, we were cruising across the famed Red Sea. The Egyptian coast is very sparsely populated, and as a result, the areas we visited were almost untouched. In remote areas like this, there is no substitute for live-aboard diving. Almost all of our sites were far out into the open sea and were only accessible by a long-range vessel. A combination of unsurpassed amenities and incredible diving make a trip like this a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
I think live-aboard diving offers a number of advantages over shore-based diving. It gives you the opportunity to explore a much wider region and to get further away from perhaps the more heavily dived areas close to the coastal sites. I think with a boat such as this one, which is particularly luxurious, it's an ideal way of having a diving holiday.
It is impossible to describe in words the underwater sights that we were to experience. Perhaps the word magical would suffice, but even it is an understatement. The Red Sea easily deserves its reputation of perhaps being the best all-round dive region in the world. Each and every dive held a new and wonderful visual feast. One of the first things that you notice when diving in the Red Sea is the profusion of tiny coral fishes. The most common are called, appropriately, goldfish. Vast clouds of them swim about the scenery like so many butterflies. An interesting fact is that they all begin adult life as a female. When a dominant male is lost from a group, one of the larger females changes sex to take his place. Males, who may serve as a harem of up to 40 females, have purple markings, while the females remain a bright orange. Medium and large-sized fish are very abundant as well, and it's hard to imagine how an ecosystem can support so many inhabitants. Like the smaller coral fishes, the larger residents of the reef are also very colorful. Perhaps the most spectacular sight of all are the many turtles, sharks, and other very large marine animals. We startled this sea turtle while filming at one of the many wreck sites. They are always a highlight of any dive, whether in the Red Sea, the Caribbean, or other warm water destination. A turtle is a beautiful, graceful swimmer that's a pleasure to watch. They almost seem oblivious to divers unless they get a little too close. Soft corals are another colorful addition to the wonderful marine life of the Red Sea. Vivid reds, yellows, blues, and every color imaginable can be found in this photographer's paradise. The reefs and wrecks are covered in layer upon layer of soft corals. They are as thick and plentiful as the fish, and it reminds one of a garden of sorts. Spectacular vertical walls and drop-offs add to the excitement and in some places fall thousands of feet to the ocean bottom. In many cases, these dive sites rise from the depths to form small islands or atolls. Last but not least, the Red Sea offers shipwrecks to satiate even the most avid wreck diver. Sunken vessels can be found in many regions and are available to every skill level. The older wrecks combine with Mother Nature to form fascinating miniature reefs. All of the inhabitants of a coral reef can be found here in great abundance. Before we show you some of our specific dive sites, here's a look at the Sport Diver Fish Guide for this week. Our most spectacular dive sites this trip were off the Brother Islands. On a chart of the area, they are but two small dots located right in the middle of the Red Sea. These islands can only be reached during infrequent lulls in the prevailing northerly winds that blow out of the Gulf of Suez. Shipwrecks here attest to the sudden fury of the many storms which batter the area. The distance, the slow travel, and the difficulty of the voyage limits visitors. These factors have combined to preserve the marine environment's rich and unspoiled state. The Brothers are the stuff of legends. Coral islets atop seamounts rise from the bottomless depths. They stand alone in mid-sea. To those who know the area, these islands are said to have the most prolific marine life in the Red Sea. Once a submerged coral reef, the flat-topped limestone island rises about 30 feet above sea level. A lighthouse dominates the middle. This structure was built in 1883 by the British. Until a few short years ago, there was no electricity on the island, and it operated as it did 100 years ago. With no fresh water or food, a crew of 4 are dependent upon a supply ship which arrives every 6 weeks, inshallah, or God willing. The captain in charge stressed to us the importance of getting along, because he told us, if you don't, there's no place to go. The fringing reef of the island is a snorkeler's paradise. These azure waters are a treat unlike any we have ever visited. Below the surface, the Brothers are a visual feast. This is a rare dive site that can't be described in any way that would do it justice. We were saddened to find that we had to leave early to take advantage of the rare, calm seas. A few short dives revealed an underwater world unparalleled in all our travels. The shallow waters around the north end of Big Brother are strewn with wreckage, overgrown after many years underwater. Following the slope of the wall, we came upon the hulls of 2 ships lying on the incline. The wrecks begin at 90 feet and are not for novice or inexperienced divers. Even at these depths, there's a profusion of life that is a must-see for the advanced diver. Penetrations are fascinating, and the many holds and companionways are a treat to explore. As with any wreck, extreme caution is essential, especially considering the depth of the vessels. It's important to remember that a diver must never attempt entering into a ship unless they are fully qualified to do so. Schooling fish are found around the decks and make great photo opportunities. A group of silver sweepers perform here for the camera. Before leaving the Brother Islands, we had a chance to do an incredible night dive. Some passengers were slightly hesitant to jump in the water. It was understandable, considering that a few 10-foot sharks were swimming about. Unfortunately, we couldn't get very close to the sharks, for there wasn't any shortage of marine life. Only at night can you truly appreciate the magnificent colors of the Red Sea's coral reefs.
There are certain necessities to bring along on a foreign diving trip. One thing you may forget is an electrical transformer. Photographic battery chargers, strobes, and power supplies may not be adapted for foreign voltages. Not only will you need a transformer, you may also need adapter plugs. Some appliances already have a transformer built in, and all you'll need is a wall adapter. Be sure and check electrical standards before departing for any foreign travel.
I think the Red Sea offers fantastic diving. It offers an enormous variety of colours, of types of fish, of sizes of fish. You have the opportunity to dive on coral walls as well as on sort of shallow outcrops of coral, depending where you go in the sea. So it offers a great deal of diversity, and the diversity in types of life that it offers are quite phenomenal, from turtles through sharks, tuna fish, and then a myriad of different coloured, multi-hued small fish of all different shapes and sizes. As an underwater photographer, I think it offers a fairly unique opportunity.
When traveling to Egypt, there's one must-see on your list of visits, and that's to the Museum of Antiquities in Cairo.
Situated in the center of the city, just north of Tahrir Square, the Egyptian Museum is one of the most important museums in the world. It was constructed in the mid-19th century to house the wealth of artifacts discovered as a result of the wave of enthusiasm for Egyptology. As with many of the country's archaeological sites, you simply cannot see all of the museum in one visit. In fact, one student of archaeology told us that she had been coming here every day for a month and still had not seen everything. If time is short, it's best to concentrate on the best items rather than trying to see everything in a rush. Prepare yourself for a thrill when you enter the section specifically reserved for the display of Tutankhamun's treasures. His half-finished tomb in the Valley of Kings was filled with an array of treasure unparalleled in its variety, exquisite beauty, and sheer weight of gold. This tomb of an unimportant king held only a fraction of the wealth of tombs of more long-lived pharaohs. This was to be the only tomb untouched by thieves and grave robbers. One can only speculate what magnificent treasures have been lost in time. One of the most famous and impressive objects in the world is the funeral mask of this minor king. Its stunning beauty has mesmerized millions since its discovery in 1922. The few small rooms of King Tut's tomb held a fortune so immense that it staggers the imagination.
The great advantage of this region is, apart from the diving, it offers an enormous variety of antiquities, ancient civilizations, and really enormous opportunities to look at some of these historic sites as well as enjoy some of the best diving in the world.
Well, that wraps up our show for this week. Be sure and think about Egypt and the Red Sea when booking your next travel destination. And try not to miss any of the wonderful attractions we visited today. Egypt is a remarkable place, both above and below the water. Remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport, so don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next week, and until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to Sport Diver. Today we're going to visit the Red Sea and the Sinai Peninsula of Egypt. We'll dive in the Ras Mohammed Marine Park and show you some of the Red Sea's fascinating marine life. Later, we'll visit renowned shipwrecks such as the Thistle Gorm, a British freighter sunk by the Germans in World War II. And finally, we'll take you on a topside tour of the magnificent Sinai Desert. We have a great show today, so stay with us.
The Sinai is a 22,000 square mile triangular peninsula which connects Egypt and Africa to the continents of Europe and Asia. Sinai. The name alone speaks volumes of history. The Israelites crossed the Red Sea here fleeing Pharaoh's troops. Moses received the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai. Saladin fought the Crusaders here in the Middle Ages. The Turks swept across the peninsula in the 16th century to conquer Egypt. The wars of 1967 and 1973 between Egypt and Israel were fought on its sands. This is the historic region where civilization began. Her ancient artifacts and monuments have been well preserved by 5,000 years of harsh desert environment. This is a land of incredible extremes, the harsh ancient desert, and the vibrant life and color of the Red Sea. At the edge of the Egyptian desert, beneath the sapphire blue waters of the Red Sea, lies a submerged oasis of beautiful, rich marine life. When asked about his experiences here, Jacques Cousteau once commented, "The Red Sea is a corridor of marvels. The happiest hours of my diving experience have been spent there." The water is clear, the weather is almost always perfect, and diving conditions are excellent. In fact, the sun shines virtually every day. This sunlight works with the coral reef ecosystem to produce the richest marine environment we have ever visited. In the north, the sea is bordered by the Straits of Suez and the Gulf of Aqaba. In the south, it is bordered by the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. These areas are shallow and not subject to prevailing currents. There is almost a complete lack of tides. Because of this isolation, almost 25% of the fish life is endemic or unique to the Red Sea. In addition, over 400 species of corals have thus far been recorded. And if you're used to the typical assortment of Caribbean reef life, be prepared for a pleasant surprise. Nowhere else in the world can you find such a unique collection of flora and fauna. For the shipwreck enthusiast, there are countless sunken vessels to satiate even the most adventurous appetite. A combination of treacherous reefs, wars, and natural catastrophe have helped to sink hundreds of ships in this small region. Later in the show, we'll dive on the wreck of the Thistle Gorm, a magnificent World War II freighter loaded with war supplies. We'll also dive on the Dunraven, an English steamer sunk in 1876. Our dive destinations this week are the Ras Mohammed Marine Park and the Straits of Tiran. These sites are situated at the southern tip of the Sinai Peninsula. Both dive regions are located near our land base, Nama Bay. Nama Bay is a rapidly growing tourism and dive center that offers many fine amenities. Several world-class hotels are complemented by excellent shopping and dining opportunities. A beautiful bay and white sand beaches attract visitors from around the globe. Diving is only one of the many attractions to be found in this beautiful resort area. Our dive host today is Kareem Helal of Divers Lodge. He'll be taking us on a tour of some of the area's more renowned dive sites. From Nama Bay, both Ras Mohammed Marine Park and the Straits of Tiran are only a short boat journey away. Divers can easily do a 2 or 3 tank dive and be back in time for dinner. Ras Muhammad is a small grouping of over 12 dive sites located approximately 20 miles from Nama Bay. The region is protected as a marine park, and permanent moorings are set up to prevent damage from anchoring. Calling this great wall diving is a gross understatement. This is the masterpiece of all wall dives. Drifting southward with the gentle current, every ledge and crevice has something different to dazzle the eyes. Because of the currents that sweep out from the Gulf of Aqaba, the underwater populations of marine life are particularly exceptional. Many pelagic species gather here from the open sea for food and shelter. The most amazing feature of the sites is the color of the reefs. Soft corals combined with a dazzling display of marine life to provide a breathtaking explosion of color. Tiny anthias or goldfish swarm about the reefs like insects. Every coral head has a resident population of these vibrant orange, purple, and yellow fish. Each individual outcrop and reef is a brilliant rainbow of activity. Constant sunshine and the lack of sediment runoff help to create excellent visibility. Crystal clear water and sunlight magnify the reef's vibrant colors. Every site was magnificent, and no two dives were alike. This is diving at its best. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week. On a dive at Jackson Reef in the Strait of Tiran, we encountered 2 beautiful sea turtles. These lovely specimens allowed us in for a close inspection. All over the world, sea turtles are becoming an endangered species. Pollution, habitat destruction, poaching, and egg predation have all contributed to declines in population. Concern about the sea turtle's plight has helped to establish preserves and breeding programs. With a little luck and increased awareness, the sea turtle may be able to make a comeback. Encountering these graceful creatures is one of the great joys of diving. They can be found in all tropical oceans and are particularly abundant in the Red Sea. A rare sight on these dives was an electric ray. This small fish can deliver a strong jolt of electricity. They often bury themselves in the sand to avoid detection. Moray eels are quite common, and we discovered several different species on our dives. The giant moray can reach lengths of over 8 feet, and they are the largest of their species. Red Sea bannerfish swim in large schools, and unlike other butterfly fish, they feed on plankton. They are easily distinguished by their long, well-developed dorsal fin. Other common species include several groupers. Lunartail, coral, and peacock groupers are very colorful and have blue or pale-colored spots. Grouper and sea bass meat is highly prized by fishermen. Like their Caribbean counterparts, the octopus is a master at camouflage and color change. They are nocturnal feeders that prey on small crustaceans and shellfish. One of the added attractions of diving in the Red Sea is the abundance of excellent shipwrecks. Many of these vessels have been underwater for several decades and are now thriving artificial reefs. The Red Sea was of particular importance during the Second World War. The Suez Canal allowed Allied ships to pass into the strategic Mediterranean. Early in the war, the canal was inoperative due to enemy attack. On October 6, 1941, the Thistlegorm was bombed by the Germans as she waited for the canal to reopen. It lay undisturbed in its watery grave until it was discovered by an early Cousteau expedition in 1956. Today, the wreck rests in 90 feet of water and remains virtually intact. We traveled here with the liveaboard dive vessel Aqua Safari. This newly built ship now makes overnight and extended trips to some of the Red Sea's more remote dive sites. Our captain, Aladdin Ghali, guided us through the shallow waters of the Gulf of Suez. The Thistlegorm is not marked by mooring buoys, and we had to rely on sonar and satellite positioning to find the wreck. In fact, our first attempt to find the ship proved fruitless, and we had to try again in the morning. It wasn't a total loss, as a pod of dolphins paid us a visit. As the sun set, the beautiful mammals circled the boat and played in our wake. The next day, we easily found the wreck, and we prepared for what was to become one of our best wreck dives. This magnificent vessel sunk with a full load of war supplies and remains a fascinating time capsule. Cargo material included bombs, torpedoes, ammunition, motorcycles, 20 trucks, 2 tanks, 2 locomotives, and even uniforms and shoes. Everything is well preserved, and especially interesting are the many motor vehicles. BSA and Norton motorcycles are lined up in rows. The bikes are still recognizable even with a thick layer of silt and corrosion. Jeeps and trucks also sit in the cargo holds. The 20 trucks remain almost intact except for a little sediment from the Gulf of Suez. The wreck is a treasure trove of war artifacts, and there are countless areas to explore. Many of the holds and compartments are open to light penetration and are relatively safe for experienced divers. On the stern deck, a large 4-inch anti-aircraft gun now points uselessly towards the seabed. Heavy machinery and weapons are scattered over the deck of the ship and are thickly encrusted with corals. Ammunition boxes and shells are littered about the site, and divers are asked not to touch anything. Some rounds may still be active, and explosives are always dangerous. Fish have long since moved into the wreck, and large groups swim about the vessel. We discovered a crocodile fish lying on the bottom beside the wreck. The Thistlegorm remains an unforgettable voyage to the past for adventurous scuba divers. A short distance to the southeast lies another great wreck site, the Dunraven. This steamer was built in Newcastle in 1870 and sank here in 1876. On its way back from the Indies with a load of wool and cotton, the ship struck a reef and fire broke out on board. The ship now lies in 90 feet of water. The keel is virtually intact and thoroughly covered in coral. It is possible to enter the hull through one of the gashes that sent the ship to the bottom. The impact against the reef and continuous pressure from currents has scattered the remains of the wreck across the seabed. Inside the hull, we found a large school of glassfish. The tiny, silvery fish dart about the hold, scattering in unison around divers. The wreck has been underwater for over 100 years, and has long since attracted marine life looking for shelter. After the opening of the Suez Canal, these steamers replaced the traditional clipper ships that were well suited to sailing around Africa. The ship was discovered in 1978 and is now a popular wreck for recreational divers. The wrecks of the Dunraven and the Thistlegorm were exciting additions to the wonderful coral reefs of the Red Sea. Even though the Red Sea's waters are relatively warm, in the summer we recommend using a dive skin or light wetsuit. Winter water temperatures can dip into the low 70s, and you may need a heavier wetsuit. Regardless of the water temperatures, it is always a good idea to wear some kind of protection against scrapes and cuts. As we mentioned earlier, the Sinai region offers a wealth of historical and natural attractions. The Land of Turquoise, Bridge to Asia, and Land of Enchantment are all terms used to describe the Sinai. It is one of the most barren and least populated areas on Earth. Only a few thousand Bedouin have traditionally called Sinai their home. The Bedouin are a people who live unencumbered by material possessions, bound by kinship and livelihood to the desert. They are pastoral nomads, moving their herds of goats and camels to wherever rain has fallen and pasture sprouted. Although each tribe lives independently, they all share a rich and varied folklore. Old traditions still prevail, such as the tea ceremony. Men gather to drink a strong, sweet brew. On this day, a wedding is the perfect opportunity to bring together many different families. Most Bedouin perceive their desert as the center of the universe. This sense of security in the arid wilderness provides a strong kinship and tribal solidarity. With their tenacious livestock and traditional ways, the Bedouin lead a tranquil, contented existence in the harshest of environments. The Sinai is a rugged, beautiful place, with towering mountains and vast desert plains. It's easy to imagine why conquering armies had such a hard time crossing its sands. Located in the heart of the desert lies St. Catherine's Monastery. This remarkable fortress has been a center of Christian worship and thought for over 1,600 years. It lies at the base of Mount Sinai at an elevation of 5,000 feet, on the very spot where Moses was believed to have found the burning bush. It is also assumed that Moses climbed Mount Sinai here and received the 10 Commandments. Its origins are fascinating. Emperor Constantine constructed a chapel to honor the site of the burning bush in the 5th century. 100 years later, the basilica was built to honor the daughter of one of Alexandria's rulers who was tortured to death for her conversion to Christianity. Like a medieval fortress, the old churches and living quarters are surrounded by a 35-foot wall. The monastery attracted scores of pilgrims and worshippers who fled persecution by the Romans. St. Catherine's contains one of the world's most ancient and important monastic libraries. It is now operated by Greek Orthodox monks who allow tourists and visitors inside its walls for a few hours each day. The monastery is a mysterious place, housing thousands of ancient relics and artworks. Narrow passageways and steep staircases lead to different levels on each floor. Christian princes, popes, and even Russian czars have all showered the monastery with priceless gifts. Any visit to the Sinai should include a stop at this fascinating historical site. Another remarkable fortress is located on Faroe Island in the northern Sinai. This restored facility has its origins in 975 BC. The ruler of Egypt had just offered his daughter in marriage to King Solomon, a very powerful and dangerous neighbor. On the suggestion of the pharaoh, the Prince of Tyrus built a small port on this tiny island at the head of the Gulf of Aqaba. The enterprising ruler profited from the strategic location of the island and developed his commercial relations with both Egypt and Solomon's kingdom. Occupied successively by the Byzantines, the Crusaders, the Ayyubides, and even monks, the island was named differently each time, according to its occupants. The summits of the two hills are now covered by the imposing ruins of the newly restored citadel. The fortifications were originally built by Salah ad-Din in the 12th century. Occupied by Israel in 1967, the island was returned to Egypt on the 25th of April, 1982, along with the rest of the Sinai Peninsula. Once back in Nama Bay, we prepared to end another great diving adventure. We would like to thank our host, Karim Helal of Divers Lodge, for a wonderful stay in the beautiful Sinai. Divers Lodge is a PADI training facility and comprehensive dive shop located in the heart of Nama Bay. Divers can book day trip charter boats to both the Ras Mohammed Marine Park and the Straits of Tiran. Overnight and live-aboard dive trips to the wrecks of the Dunraven and Thistlegorm and other distant sites can also be arranged through the shop. The live-aboard vessels Sinai Sensation and Aqua Safari are now available exclusively through Divers Lodge. Divers Lodge is Nama Bay's only Nitrox certified facility. Nitrox divers can train and get air fills right on site. For all your diving needs, contact Divers Lodge in Nama Bay in the beautiful Sinai.
That just about wraps up our show for today. Be sure and think about Egypt and the Sinai Peninsula when booking your next travel destination. Great diving and fascinating topside attractions are an unbeatable combination. And remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport. So don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next time. And until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to this week's edition of Sport Diver. Today, we're going to visit the Bahamian island of New Providence. We'll dive with the Nassau Scuba Center in an exciting shark-feeding encounter. We'll also take an in-depth look at these mysterious creatures and explain why they should be protected. We have a great show today, so stay with us.
New Providence is located in the center of the Bahamas archipelago. It lies approximately 300 kilometers to the east of the southern tip of Florida. New Providence is one of the smaller Bahamian islands, yet it is also the most populous. More than half of the country's population live on this tiny 80-square-mile island. The main city, Nassau, is the island's economic and tourist center. Nassau has long been known for its great beaches, water sports, fine hotels, and even gambling. Cruise ships from around the world make this island a principal stopover. The island remains one of the Caribbean's top travel destinations. It is a pleasant surprise to find that the area also offers some great diving. This is one of the few islands in the Caribbean that can boast of having the best of all worlds for visiting divers. The variety of reefs and keys makes the Bahamas an ideal destination. A large number of intact wrecks offer added excitement. Many of the ships were sunk intentionally as film sets, and movies shot here include Disney's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, two of the James Bond films, Splash and Cocoon, and the movie Jaws. A short distance away on the west side of the island lie dramatic walls and drop-offs leading to the mile-deep tongue of the ocean. The western and southern ends of New Providence have a massive wall that wraps around the island, offering a variety of profiles. The marine life here is both plentiful and diverse. We were greeted by several different types of fish, from small tropicals to massive sharks. A very popular attraction for divers on the island is the shark encounter. Many dive operators run a thrilling shark feeding that has to be seen to be believed. If you like excitement, This is the dive for you. Hand feedings bring the sharks in close, and this is truly a unique experience. We'll show you more of this great dive later in the show. There is something for everyone here, and a great combination of topside amenities make this a wonderful dive vacation destination. There is so much to offer the visitor topside that the diving has somehow been overlooked. One wonders how diving so good could have been kept a secret for so long. The underwater world of New Providence rivals the best the Bahamas and the Caribbean can offer. Before we show you more of the great underwater sights, let's first take a brief look at the island above the water. New Providence is a very popular destination for a number of reasons. It offers a vacation experience full of unique activities and attractions. The beaches are one of the most popular features of the island. The deep blue waters and white sand are a magnet for sun-seekers and families. The best beaches are near the hotels, and many resorts are a short walk from the surf. This beautiful shoreline is blessed with warm waters and calm seas. Along with great beaches always comes an abundance of water sports. New Providence offers everything from parasailing to jet skis. There's no shortage of exciting activities. The close proximity to the U.S. mainland has attracted a large number of cruise ships. These massive vessels maintain a constant presence in the harbor of Nassau. Another favorite pastime in New Providence is golfing. There are 4 world-class courses on the island, and it is the most popular and well-developed dryland sport. One of the most famous features of all is the straw market in Nassau. This renowned attraction is a favorite of tourists and an important source of income for locals. Native women sew intricate decorations onto straw bags and hats. There's an abundance of souvenirs and trinkets, and countless shops display their wares. You could spend a whole day just browsing around the market. Located in the hills surrounding Nassau is Fort Charlotte. It was built in 1787 out of limestone and is very well preserved. It overlooks the city, and many of the original cannons are still in place. The fort has a dry moat and retains battlements of earlier centuries. A slightly more modern attraction of the island are the large casinos. The Crystal Palace and Paradise Island hotels offer gambling to visitors. You can try your hand at one of the many games of chance. The island of New Providence is a wonderful destination, and diving is only one of many great features. For those who are not divers but would like to see some of the island's underwater sights, there's a unique facility called Coral World. It's located on a small reclaimed island called Arawak Key. Coral World offers a unique way to view marine life in a natural setting. An observation tower descends into the sea, where there are viewports to look into the surrounding ocean. Thousands of fish and creatures of all shapes and sizes congregate here for food. Daily feedings attract the hungry residents, and they put on quite a show. Barracudas always get first pick of the food, and most fish maintain a safe distance. Lobsters are everywhere, and they compete for handouts as vigorously as the fish. They seek shelter in the many rocks and coral heads outside the tower. Another unique feature of the park is a large reef tank with a hollow center, which visitors can enter. Once inside, you are surrounded by a circular fish tank with glass viewing areas. Indigenous fish pass in front of the glass for close inspection. It is a fascinating place, and children are mesmerized by the many captive fish. Feeding time is a frenzy of activity as a diver enters from the top of the tank. We're sure she has received a few nips and bites from these ravenous fish. There are many beautiful specimens of Caribbean marine life. In captivity, some reach great size, and it's a rare treat to be able to see so many different species in one place. Outside the tank, there's a moat which houses various sizes and types of rays. Eagle rays and southern stingrays are graceful swimmers, and they glide along the waterway like birds in flight. Another favorite of visitors is the shark tank. Nurse, Caribbean reef, and bull sharks swim in front of viewports. Later in the show, we'll show you more of these magnificent fish in the wild. Of all the different types of diving we've had the pleasure to experience, a shark encounter is by far the most exciting. Even advanced and experienced divers who may think they have seen it all will find this a thrilling experience. There is no shortage of adrenaline on this dive. Sharks are, by nature, very shy fish, and some divers may never see one in their lifetime. The sight of a human sends most sharks into retreat. Encounters usually consist of a brief sighting before the shark swims off in the opposite direction. Among divers, they are a subject that never fail to bring up endless stories, legends, and myths. Sharks evoke a strong emotional reaction in most people. Fear and fascination mixed with a great deal of curiosity. Most sharks are more of a scavenger than a predator. They are very cautious and usually prey upon the injured and sick, rarely attacking healthy individual fish. This fact, combined with their wariness of humans, makes it rare for them to closely approach divers. The dive we're going to do today will have us watching an actual feeding frenzy from only a few feet away. This is truly a unique experience. Our dive hosts today are the staff and management of the Nassau Scuba Center. This well-equipped facility is located in the quiet Coral Harbor area of New Providence. Our dive master is Fraser Nivens, and he'll also be the shark feeder for today's dive.
I thought one of them was going to eat my computer.
We need a shark-proof computer.
We started doing shark dive. I guess it's been about 5 years ago. And we found that the people that came to the Bahamas were absolutely fascinated by being able to swim around with the sharks. We started diving this particular area, and every time we dove that particular area, we went out and saw sharks. So the people loved it, of course, and we started diving it time after time, and then we one day started doing the feeding. We took some bait out because we figured it would be a really good thing to be able to go out and feed the sharks. So we started that. People loved it, and they wanted to go back the very next day. So many divers come here, and they've never had the opportunity to see a shark in their entire diving career. Some people have come down and they've dove for 25 years and never seen a shark. Now, this dive gives them the absolute opportunity to be guaranteed to see sharks, and it's a wonderful experience for anyone.
There are a number of preparations for the shark dive today. The first step is to chop up the frozen fish and insert it into the feed bucket. A tasty mixture of blood and meat is mixed together to attract the hungry sharks. One of our cameramen, Jim Cosmic, counts his fingers and toes before departing. There is always some nervous anticipation before embarking on a dive like this.
The animals are beautiful. They really are pretty. And it's very hard not to want to pet them.
You get frightened at all?
No, I was anxious in the beginning, but within 5 minutes I was comfortable and wanted to play with them. So I really had to restrain myself.
Make sure you got enough air, all your regulator and equipment is working properly before we leave the dock so that we can make sure that everything's working before we get out there. None of you have a chance to chicken out on this.
We departed from the Scuba Center's dock and proceeded through a number of canals before entering the open ocean. It was a relaxing prelude to the excitement we were soon to experience. The dive site today is located a few miles off the coast of the island along the deep trench called the Tongue of the Ocean. Upon arrival, our dive master, Fraser, donned the heavy chainmail suit that will protect him from bites. Once under the water, divers are positioned in a half circle around the feed bucket. They're instructed to keep their hands at their sides and not to touch the sharks. The mixture of food and blood quickly attracts the hungry fish. Before long, the excitement builds and the sharks come in for a close inspection. Fraser received a number of nasty bites while hand feeding and had to fend off several aggressive animals. The suit protected him and there was no damage to his hands or arms. The sharks are conditioned to accept food from the feeder, and divers are not at risk. They swim about oblivious to humans and are interested solely in the feed bucket. Other fish, including many large groupers, are also attracted by the smell of food. The two main types of sharks on this dive are the nurse shark and the reef shark. The nurse species can reach lengths of over 14 feet. They are not known to attack humans, but can bite if provoked. They are recognized by their small mouth and two dorsal fins of nearly equal size. The second common species is the Caribbean reef shark. They can reach lengths of over 10 feet, but usually average somewhere around 5 to 6 feet. They are more wary than nurse sharks and usually move away when approached. They can be considered dangerous, but only in places where spear fishing is practiced. Bull sharks frequently join in the feeding, and occasionally a hammerhead or tiger shark will make a cautious approach. In addition to hand feeding, the dive also includes spearing. The fish bait is held out on a long metal spear, and the sharks chase it. This fellow demonstrates the incredible speed and agility of the reef shark. We watched with awe and fascination as the sharks moved around us. It's hard to imagine how beautiful and graceful these fish really are. Only through an encounter like this can you truly appreciate these impressive creatures.
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd probably rate it about a 12. It was really great. I think it's probably one of the best dives I've ever been on in my life. I've been diving about 10 years.
How'd you like to dive?
Excellent, excellent. How's those fingers?
Oh, yeah, don't squeeze that hand too tight.
Quite often I get asked about sharks as if sharks are one animal. But worldwide, there are more than 350 different species of sharks, and they vary from some sharks when full grown are 6 to 9 inches long to an animal like a whale shark that can be almost 50 feet long when full grown. Most are either at the top or close to the top of a food chain, so they're the apex predators. It's usually harder to detect what happens if you lose animals or overexploit animals at the top of a food chain. It takes longer for the repercussions to work backwards down a food chain, but it still occurs. And there's no question that worldwide we are overfishing and overexploiting shark populations almost without exception. To me, you can read about wildlife, you can read about sharks, you can see them on television. It's a whole other dimension to actually see animals in the wild. You gain a greater sense of appreciation, and it's harder to let something happen to animals that you develop some affection or admiration for. From a photographer's perspective, there's no question sharks are such special animals. But I think it's also true to look at their role in the ocean, and we need sharks. Sharks shouldn't be thought of as a dangerous and threatening animal. They play a real valuable role in life in the sea. And the truth is, we're overexploiting and overfishing sharks worldwide. And it'd be tragic to see us lose them, not only from a sport diver's point of view, but for the health of the oceans worldwide.
New Providence also offers some of the Caribbean's best wreck diving. In just one small area, there are several interesting and well-preserved wrecks. As we mentioned earlier, some of them were used as movie sets. The Bond film Never Say Never used the 92-foot vessel Tears of Allah as an underwater location. It sits in just 40 feet of water and is easily penetrable. A common resident of these wrecks are large schools of Creole wrasses. They swim about the decks oblivious to divers. They are very common throughout the Caribbean and are especially abundant in the Bahamas. Most of New Providence's wrecks are in good condition, and many of them sit upright in shallow water. After a deep wall descent, these vessels make for a great second dive. There's a wide variety of sunken ships in the area, from this small wooden vessel to the larger Will Laurie, a former Bahamian postal boat. New Providence's wrecks offer a wide variety of marine life and are excellent artificial reefs. The western and southern ends of New Providence offer not only great wrecks and shark diving, but also some of the best coral reefs in the Caribbean. Starting as shallow as 20 feet, a vast wall wraps around the west end of the island. The terrain ranges from sloping walls to dramatic verticals and undercuts. For novice divers, there are a number of shallow patch reefs. Hordes of small tropicals share the reef with a variety of medium and large-sized fish. On one of these dives, we came across a furry sea cucumber. It crawled across the sand like an inchworm. They are very active and move much faster than others of its species. Arrow crabs are a common sight, and we coaxed this one into the open for a closer look. They have long, slender, spider-like legs. We were treated to a wide variety of marine life on the coral reefs of New Providence. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week. When surfacing behind a boat or dock, many divers make the mistake of taking their fins off too soon. Heavy dive gear and strong currents can make swimming tough. Always make sure to grasp the ladder with one hand and remove your fins with the other. Once your fins are off, you can then climb aboard.
That wraps up our show for this week. Be sure and think about Nassau and the island of New Providence when booking your next travel destination. And for a great thrill, try a shark encounter on your next dive trip. They're an important and beautiful part of our marine world and deserve to be protected. Remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport, so don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next week, and until then, safe diving. Hi, I'm your host, Doug Paulson, and welcome to this week's edition of Sport Diver. Today, we're going to visit the northern Bahamas and the tiny islands of Walker's Key and Bimini. This week, we'll take you on an exciting shark-feeding encounter. We'll also pay a visit to a tame 6-foot barracuda. And finally, we'll look at the lost art of free diving. So stay with us, and when we return, Walker's Key and Bimini.
Walker's Key and Bimini are both located in the northern Bahamas. The islands lie a short distance due east of Miami and the Florida coast. The tiny islands of Walker's Key and Bimini have long been known for their great deep-sea fishing and premier sailing and yachting. The islands are renowned mainly for two things: big boats and even bigger fish. Today we're going to show you why they are slowly being recognized for another great attribute: excellent diving. The Bahamas have a reputation of being wonderful dive destinations, and these two islands are no exception to the rule. In Bimini and Walker's Key, the coral reefs are very rich, but the key word here is fish. The variety and sheer numbers are staggering. From schools of tiny tropicals to massive sharks, these islands have it all. Every dive revealed a visual feast of marine life. Big game trophies like tuna, marlin, and sailfish are very common. However, deep-sea fishing is limited to offshore waters, and divers do not have to worry about a lack of marine life. In fact, the islands revealed some of the thickest concentrations of fish we have ever seen. Sharks are one of the most popular attractions of Walker's Key, and we were treated to an exciting feeding encounter. Almost 100 sharks showed up for dinner, and luckily, we weren't on the menu. This unique and very safe dive is now offered daily to visitors. Another interesting encounter occurred when we came across Charlie, a tame barracuda. We were amazed to find that a notoriously aggressive fish could be so gentle. Bimini also offers a number of interesting dives, including an array of great shipwrecks. This half-submerged concrete barge was a perfect site for shallow dives and snorkeling. The island has an abundance of colorful coral reefs that are home to a wide variety of marine life. This is a fish watcher's paradise. Visibility was outstanding, and water temperatures were very comfortable. Conditions at Bimini and Walker's Key are favorable year-round, and there's plenty of sunshine. Both islands proved to be wonderful dive destinations, and we'll show you more of these great dive sites later in the program. But first, let's take a look at the islands above the water. Walker's and Bimini are part of the greater Bahamian chain of over 700 islands and 2,000 keys. It is said that Columbus made his first landfall not far from here on the island of San Salvador. The islands are made up of limestone over 5,000 meters deep. The beautiful beaches and rugged shorelines of the Bahamas are legendary. We departed from Fort Lauderdale with the Keys' private airline, Walker's International. From the air, the different shades of turquoise and blue in these shallow waters is spectacular. In less than an hour, we were hovering above the tiny island. To say the island is small would be an understatement. In fact, it is barely 100 acres in size, small enough to be intimate, but large enough to provide first-class amenities. A 75-slip marina is the temporary home to dozens of vessels from the U.S. mainland. While we were diving here, a boat manufacturer called Hatteras was having a party for many of their customers. Some of these monstrous yachts were worth well over $1 million, and most of them were involved in a fishing tournament. Throughout the weekend, these boats paraded about the islands, bringing in their daily catches. Walker's Key is famous for its fishing, and the tiny island holds many Caribbean records for large trophy fish. The colorful history of the Key includes everything from pirates to nuclear scientists to Hollywood celebrities. What it lacks for in size, Walker's Key easily makes up in charm and character. Our second destination this week is another tiny island called Bimini. It is the closest Bahamian landfall to the U.S. mainland. This closeness has spawned a unique history of bootlegging, drug running, piracy, and plunder. It is still believed by some to be the site of the lost city of Atlantis. We snorkeled over symmetrical rocks and corals that appeared to resemble a road of sorts. Another historical fact is that Ponce de Leon claimed that he found the Fountain of Youth on South Bimini in 1512. Celebrated in song and in print, Bimini was once home to Ernest Hemingway. He lived in the Blue Marlin Cottage from 1931 to 1937, and the novel Islands in the Stream was based on his experiences. A museum of memorabilia can be seen at the Complete Angler Hotel and Museum. The main attraction for Hemingway and other adventurers was big game fishing. Like Walker's Key, Bimini is a deep-sea fishing paradise. Record-setting trophy fish are frequently pulled from its waters. We travel here from Miami via Chalk Airlines. These unique seaplanes take off and land from the water. An interesting feature of these aircraft is that they can also operate from land. Passengers board on dry land, the plane then proceeds to taxi into the water. Half the fun of our trip was just getting to Bimini. While on the island, there are a couple of must-sees for your visit. One of them is the End of the World Bar. There are actually more bars on Bimini than shops. This particular establishment seems to have been visited by almost everyone who ever set foot on the island. The walls are adorned with the currency and business cards of travelers, and sand floors add to the unique atmosphere. Another must-see are the wonderful beaches that span the island. They're fringed with white sands and beautiful calm waters. Bimini and Walker's Key offer a wonderful assortment of amenities and activities for visitors. We very much enjoyed our stay topside on both islands. Great diving is an added attraction of the islands, and when we come back, we'll take you on an exciting shark encounter, so stay with us. Departing the marina at Walker's Key, we knew little of what was in store for us. This would prove to be one of our most thrilling dives. From the moment we entered the waters of the feeding site, we were surrounded by dozens of sharks. These numbers were more than any of us had ever seen in our lifetime, let alone all at once. Our dive host, Gary Atkinson, briefed us before taking the plunge.
After about 10 minutes of the initial feeding taking place, Barry and I will call you out onto the sand and we'll put you in position closer to the food for a better view of what's going on. A natural rhythm develops with these animals. An average dive, we have at least 60 animals, upwards to 100. The type of species that you will see down there are blacktips, gray reefs, occasionally lemons, of course nurse sharks, and bull sharks. Once in a while we have a hammerhead come in to visit us, and we even had a tiger on occasion come in to visit us. I ask that you do not try to pet the animals. This is not Disney World, and they're not papier-mâché sharks. These are real animals. They perceive that as a threat. This is going to be one of the most exciting dives you've ever seen. Quite honestly, you're going to see everything down there. I've had reports that Elvis has been spotted on this dive. You're going to see large groupers in the 60, 70, 80-pound range. You're going to see dozens of Nassau groupers, red groupers, blackfin groupers, yellowfin groupers. So this indeed is going to be something that you're going to want to write down in your logbook. This is going to be an e-ticket at Disney World, all right?
Once safely in the water, divers were positioned with their backs against a coral head. Safety is the primary concern, and no detail is left to chance. Since there is no handling of food, there is no reason for the sharks to associate the food with the divers. The silvery fish danced about, twisting and turning in anticipation of the food to come. The boat revved its motors to attract the hungry animals. After a few moments, a large block of frozen fish was dumped over the side. It slowly settled on the bottom, and the frenzy had begun. Sometimes over 100 sharks show up for the encounter. Most are either reef or nurse species, with the occasional bull or hammerhead. Nurse sharks latch on to the feed block and wrestle each other for a bite. They are actually quite docile and are not considered a threat to divers. Sizes can range from 5 to 9 feet, with some reported as long as 15 feet. They have barbels on their upper lip, similar to a catfish. This particular fellow had the misfortune of being hooked by a fisherman. The other common species is the Caribbean reef shark. They are more aggressive and tear at the food. darting in and out while the nurse sharks lay on the bottom. They average the same size as the nurse sharks, but rarely reach lengths over 10 feet. They certainly look menacing enough, and close encounters are an exciting experience. Once the food block begins to dissipate and the sharks settle down, divers can roam about for a closer look. Of all the different types of diving we've had the pleasure to experience, a shark encounter is by far the most exciting. Sharks are by nature very shy fish, and some divers may never see one in their lifetime. The sight of a diver usually sends most sharks into retreat. Most are scavengers rather than predators. They feed on the weak or injured, rarely attacking healthy individual fish. This fact, coupled with their wariness of humans, makes it rare for them to approach a diver.
Okay, show us your stumps. Okay, now we do the after dive finger count, guys.
What do you think of the dive? Oh, the shark dive was great. It was really exciting.
Tell me about it.
Well, there were reef tips, nurse sharks, I think a couple of bulls. Didn't seem the least bit dangerous.
Okay. Did we get everybody back alive this time, Barry? We got to do better, you know?
No, we get one more, though. We got one more day.
Taz is down there. We can go back and get him this afternoon.
You mentioned sharks. People cringe. Now people are coming here with a little more awareness and realizing that indeed sharks aren't the bad guys that they've been made out to be. So here's an opportunity for people to safely go down and observe the animal as closely, more closely than they could ever imagine before in their lives, without any threat of harm or injury. The animals totally ignore them, and that's the beauty of this. They're there interacting with the diver.
Another fish that is greatly misunderstood is the barracuda. On one of our dives, all of our misconceptions about this magnificent fish disappeared. We had been told of a tame barracuda that frequented these coral reefs, but were hesitant to believe the stories. Gary Atkinson explains.
What we're looking for is Charlie. We have a resident barracuda here. We call Charlie. I think every reef has a Charlie. Charlie, we've worked with about 7 years. And we finally got to the point now with Charlie that he is so used to divers and so friendly and so inquisitive, he'll actually approach you, look you over. You can actually reach out, run your hand around his head, up and down the length of his body.
We have heard of hand feedings with these fish, but most dart in very quickly, and divers can easily be threatened. It was amazing to watch Charlie's slow and deliberate technique in grasping the food. The great barracuda can reach lengths of over 6 feet. Charlie was very close to this size, and at first it was a little disconcerting to feed such a large predator. They roam about reefs and other habitats, solitary or in small groups. They are very common fish and can be found all over the world. Barracuda have an unnerving habit of approaching and following divers. This appears to be mere curiosity, as there have been no reported incidents. The only time they are considered dangerous is in areas of spearfishing activities. Divers were able to gently handle Charlie, and he actually seemed to like it. He had a fascination with our video lights and perhaps thought there was some food involved. Whether shark diving or feeding Charlie, there are always a number of large groupers waiting for a handout. Like dogs at the dinner table, they wait patiently for their meal. Walker's Key proved to be a great dive center, not only because of the large animal encounters, but also because of the wonderful reefs and colorful marine life. Large caves were home to vast schools of silversides. They dart about in unison like a moving wall. It's hypnotizing to watch them as thousands of tiny silvery fish swim through the caverns. There are about 10 different species of similar fish that are virtually impossible to distinguish from one another. Many mix together, making identification even more difficult. They part, flow, and contour around the divers as they pass through the schools. The second island we visited this week was Bimini. The diving here was similar to Walker's Key, but also offered several unique features. The main difference is that there are a number of large shipwrecks in the waters surrounding the island. Our first dive site here was a half-submerged barge. This ship is actually made of reinforced concrete. It's hard to imagine a ship made of cement, but somehow it stayed afloat until it was grounded on a sandbar.
This is one of 4 Liberty ships that was built back in the early part of this century when they were preparing for World War I. All the normal shipbuilding materials were being saved for warships, so they built this one can sort of see, if you look at it, out of steel reinforcement bars and concrete. It works real well. It works on the displacement theory. It works real well until you get a hole in it, which is what happened here. A lot of interesting stories here. All the holes that are blown in the side here, this was used as target practice preparing for World War II. Sometimes you can still find the little target, the bullets or the little tiny bombs if you look around here.
The wreck was home to a wide variety of fish, and the schools were massive. Large groups of snappers and grunts drifted around the ship. Many divers and snorkelers frequent this site, and the fish are not afraid of divers. The wreck breaks the surface and offers some great snorkeling. Skin divers can safely enter the large interior of the ship and enjoy the many resident fish. Here, we came across the first of many yellow stingrays. They are the smallest rays in the Caribbean and only reach sizes of 8 to 12 inches. A large school of gray angels also swam around the wreck. We frequently see these fish alone or in pairs, but never in groups. This was a very unique behavior. Bimini offers several good wreck sites, and this barge was a great dive. In addition to the wonderful wrecks, Bimini offers a nice selection of colorful coral reefs. Fish life is very prolific, and we were treated to a wide assortment of species. We again discovered large schools of grunts and snappers hovering about the reefs. They are very common to the Bahamas, and we encountered them on every dive. Another species we frequently see is the trumpet fish. They are quite large and can reach lengths of over 3 feet. They remain still and try to blend in with the background. The fish receives its name from their trumpet-like mouth. Here's a look at the Sport Diver Marine Guide for this week. While diving with our host, Bill Keefe, we were introduced to the sport of free diving. This interesting hobby is an exciting alternative to scuba diving. Filming at approximately 50 feet in depth, Bill suddenly appeared with no tank or regulator. We were amazed to find that a snorkeler could easily descend to such depths without an air source.
Freediving is diving with mask fins and snorkel and relying on your breath-holding ability to make the dive and extend your bottom time for the dive. Freediving was the first type of diving that people did. Nowadays, with the popularity of scuba diving, freediving is becoming somewhat of a lost art. It requires a little bit more physical ability to participate, but with a little bit of work, a lot of people can have a lot of success with freediving. What freediving is preparing yourself on the surface. Basically, you're taking about 4 or 5 deep breaths, and what this does is it cleans the carbon dioxide out of your lungs. And on about the 4th or 5th breath, you take as deep a breath as you can, and then you make your dive. From that point on, relaxing is the key. You can extend the depth at which you can reach and the amount of time you can spend underwater simply by relaxing and making a nice, controlled dive to whatever depth you happen to be working at that day. The attraction to free diving is probably more of a sense of accomplishment for the individual diver. Scuba diving, in essence, is fairly easy once you learn the sport and you learn how to use the equipment. In free diving, you're relying a lot more on your personal physical ability, and you can set goals for yourself to reach various depths. You can set goals for yourself to accomplish various things. It's more of a challenge as a diver. Free diving is not necessarily for everybody. It's a bit more physically demanding than scuba diving or snorkeling, but it's a great way to experience the underwater environment. It's less expensive than scuba diving, and it can give the diver a great sense of accomplishment when they're done.
Many divers occasionally experience a fogged mask. This can be very frustrating when you're in the middle of a dive. New masks are especially prone to this because they are often coated with a fine chemical film to protect the lens. A bit of saliva will usually work, but we recommend using a commercial defogger. A few drops before every dive will help to keep your mask clear. Our hosts this week included Walker's Key Hotel and Marina. This fine resort offers 62 luxurious rooms, 2 swimming pools, fine dining, and a host of great amenities. In Bimini, our hosts were the Big Game Club and Hotel. This fine resort is Bimini's premier guest property and offers a wide variety of first-class amenities. We would especially like to thank our dive hosts, Gary Atkinson of Walker's Key Undersea Adventures and Bill and Naudla Keefe of Bimini Undersea Adventures.
That wraps up our show for this week. Be sure and think about the northern Bahamas and the islands of Bimini and Walker's Key when booking your next travel destination. And for an exciting thrill, think about a shark encounter when visiting Walker's Key. Remember, diving has become established as a fun, safe, and exciting sport, so don't hesitate to give it a try. We'll see you next week, and until then, safe diving.